Interrupted by frequent bursts of applause, Obama then moved to matters of principle, saying we must send a message to the world that we will lead not just with our military might but we are going to lead with our values and our ideals. That we are not a nation that gives away our civil liberties simply because we're scared. Then, with the moving rhetoric that would soon win the election, Obama concluded, "Fear is a bad counsel and I want to operate out of hope and out of faith." But, in the transition from Bush to Obama after the 2008 presidential elections, the dynamics of partisan wrangling over CIA interrogation produced a bipartisan move toward impunity for past abuse. In this slide toward impunity, the Republicans deploy Jack Bauer in ways that pushed the Obama White House to compromise its commitment to human rights. Only days after an attempted suicide bombing on a Northwest Airlines flight near Detroit in December 2009, Liz Cheney, the former vice president's daughter, launched a new patriotic group, Keep America Safe. Using the distinctive split-screen visuals of the television show 24, the group's website released a video titled 100 Hours that mocked Obama's response to this terrorist threat, juxtaposing video clips of federal officers surrounding the aircraft at Detroit, the president playing golf in Hawaii, and White House officials insisting that the system worked. Amid the pulsating soundtrack and the ashing clock graphics from 24, the video closed with a question: how long did it take you to realize the system failed? Simultaneously, the group's on 181 line manifesto blasted Obama, saying, he should inform Attorney General Holder that he will no longer allow the Justice Department to investigate or prosecute CIA officials who kept us safe after September 11, or disbar or otherwise punish the lawyers who provided the legal framework for programs that saved American lives. Within weeks, the administration capitulated. In February 2010, as detailed in Chapter 7, Obama's Justice Department exonerated two former White House lawyers, Jay Bybee and John Yoo, for writing memos permissive of torture under President Bush, removing any possibility of future prosecution or disbarment, illustrating the power of these media metaphors to undercut the administration's opposition to torture. Obama's second nominee for CIA Director, General David Petraeus, cited the ticking bomb scenario at his June 2011 confirmation hearings. When the Senate Intelligence Committee asked for his views about enhanced interrogation techniques widely considered to be torture, the general said the legal methods in the Army Field Manual had generally proven effective. But, he added, the CIA should be allowed to consider the use of enhanced techniques if confronted with a ticking bomb scenario. I would submit that there may be consideration of a special case, he said, when you have the individual in your hands who you know has placed a nuclear device under the Empire State Building. It goes in 30 minutes. He has the codes to turn it off. For such a special case, Petraeus urged formation of a policy that would spare CIA officers from being forced to consider torture under an extraordinary sense of pressure in such a situation. In written answers to further questions, the general elaborated, saying, the ticking time bomb scenario does pose a unique set of challenges that must be discussed at length before such a situation arises. We may face situations where large numbers of U.S. citizens face an imminent threat. In such time-constrained scenario, policymakers may have not had the luxury to allow interrogators to take the time to establish the type of relationship that will provide valuable intelligence. Just as his predecessor Leon Panetta had used the confirmation hearing to claim the CIA's right to rendition, so General Petraeus took the next step down this slippery slope, seeking a pretext for the agency's authority to torture on its own. Although the general stated unequivocally that the CIA should be allowed to torture in defiance of law and treaty, his invocation of the iconic ticking bomb scenario seemed to insulate him from any criticism. The Senate lavished praise upon Petraeus before confirming his nomination as CIA Director unanimously. 182. Torture in the 2012 campaign. By the time the Republican race for the 2012 presidential nomination moved into high gear, torture had become, through this decade of media discussion, fully normalized, no longer a crime that shocked the conscience and violated international law, but a routine policy option whose adoption or rejection was a matter of personal preference. At the Republican foreign policy debate in South Carolina, the leading candidates advocated waterboarding in a matter-of-fact manner, stripped of RDCE or euphemism or illusion. Asked whether waterboarding constitutes torture or is an enhanced technique, candidate Herman Cain said it was not torture and promised to revive the practice if elected. Similarly, Representative Michelle Bachmann called waterboarding very effective and condemned President Obama for allowing the ACLU to run the C.I.A. Straining to best his opponents in pleasing the Republican Party's right wing, front-runner Mitt Romney insisted that anyone bearing arms for Al-Qaeda is fair game for the United States of America. Excoriating Obama for thinking America's just another nation, Romney insisted America is an exceptional nation and promised to conduct foreign policy with American strength. In case conservatives thought he was ducking the question, Romney later confirmed his view that waterboarding was not torture and promised to use enhanced interrogation techniques against terrorists. In this jarring juxtaposition, Romney seemed to say that America's exceptional moral stature allowed it the prerogative of torture. Two minor candidates, both trailing badly in the polls, dissented during this debate. The Libertarian Representative Ron Paul insisted that waterboarding is torture and it's illegal under international law and under our law. It's also immoral. And it's also very impractical. There's no evidence that you really get reliable evidence. He added, I think it's uncivilized. And has no practical advantages and is really un-American to accept on principle that we will torture people that we capture. Former U.S. Ambassador John Huntsman drew upon his international experience to argue. We diminish our standing in the world and the values that we project, which include liberty, democracy, human rights, and open markets, when we torture. We should not torture. Waterboarding is torture. Asked about this advocacy of waterboarding by the Republican candidates, President Obama told a press conference, "They're wrong. Waterboarding is torture. It's contrary to America's traditions. It's contrary to our ideals. That's not who we are. That's not how we operate. We don't need it in order to prosecute the war on terrorism. And we did the right thing by ending that." 183. Practice. In a reprise of his position during the 2008 campaign, he added, "If we want to lead around the world, part of our leadership is setting a good example. And anybody who has actually read about and understands the practice of waterboarding would say that that is torture. And that's not something we do, period." With a certain sadness, Senator John McCain, the Republican Party's candidate in 2008, said waterboarding is torture, and pronounced himself very disappointed by statements to the contrary in his party's debates. More forcefully, the New York Times called Romney's refusal to renounce waterboarding disturbing, saying he joined the ranks of those who will defend the United States by promising to extract information from captives using pain and simulating death, degrading the nation's reputation. After a decade of the war on terror, torture had been transformed from a covert executive action, shrouded in secrecy, to a policy option openly debated by the nation's leaders. Amidst this ongoing Republican primary campaign, the U.S. Senate adopted, by a crushing 93-7 bipartisan majority, a draft of the 2012 defense appropriation with draconian provisions far beyond anything the Bush administration had proposed, including indefinite detention without trial for all suspected of terrorism, including U.S. citizens, military justice for all terrorist suspects, and their mandatory detention at Guantanamo. An impassioned debate, resonant with inactions from the ticking bomb scenario and the television show 24, arose over a Republican amendment proposing a secret interrogation protocol that would override President Obama's executive order limiting all agencies to techniques in the Army Field Manual. While admitting the horrible abuses that happened at Abu Ghraib prison tarnished America's reputation, Senator Kelly Ayotte complained that terrorists can go online and know exactly which techniques they will be subject to if captured, making the Army Manual the equivalent of interrogation Kleesnots to terrorists. Then, in a rhetorical bow to Jack Bauer, the senator pleaded for measures to prevent nuclear attacks and protect our country. To this end, she proposed Amendment 1068 for development of a harsh Classy Ed Annex that would allow members of the intelligence community to utilize interrogation techniques designed to interrogate the worst terrorists who are likely to have valuable information about future attacks. Talking tough in support of this secret protocol, Senator Joseph Lieberman said he wanted any terrorist captured to be Terry-ed about what is going to happen to them while in American custody. He added, "I want the terror they incite on others to be felt by them." Calling this amendment dangerous, the chair of the Senate Intelligence 184 Committee, Dianne Feinstein, replied that the systematic and widespread abuse of detainees at Abu Ghraib and elsewhere had come from the fact the line was blurred between what was permissible and impermissible conduct. In 2009, she added, the Interagency High-Value Detainee Interrogation Group, comprised of CIA and Defense, unanimously asserted that it had all the guidance and tools it needed to conduct effective interrogations. After arousing strong opposition from both peace activists and a coalition of 26 retired generals, this amendment died quietly when the Senate ruled it non-germane on procedural grounds. Even with the secret interrogation protocol removed, the NAL form of the Senate's National Defense Authorization Act for 2012 was extreme. As supporter Senator Lindsey Graham explained, the bill will basically say in law for the RST time that the homeland is part of the battlefield and suspects can be imprisoned without charge or trial, American citizen or not. By effectively barring the FBI from counter-terror investigations, the bill also aroused strong opposition from Bureau Director Robert Mueller, Defense Secretary Leon Panetta, and CIA Director David Petraeus. Although a House-Senate Conference Committee moderated the text, the Defense Appropriations NAL language still allowed indefinite detention of U.S. citizens suspected of terrorist affiliations without charges or trial. And the stipulation for military custody of all non-American terror suspects had been moderated by granting the President authority to waive the requirement. Mollied by these changes, President Obama withdrew his threatened veto and signed the bill into law in December 2011. Simultaneously, the President issued a signing statement criticizing the requirement for military custody as ill-conceived. Calling Obama's reversal a complete political cave-in, the New York Times condemned the law's terrible new measures that required military trial for suspected terrorists, even U.S. citizens, allowed the President authority to throw American citizens into prison for life without charges or trial, and made it impossible to shut the prison at Guantanamo Bay. In sum, this law would, the paper said, do more harm to the country's international reputation. Apparently such strong criticism had an impact. 2 months later, in February 2012, the administration issued a broad waiver in any case when military custody might impede investigation, effectively assuring civilian trials for most terror suspects. Other objectionable provisions, however, remained after 10 full years of ticking bomb scenarios and televised torture scenes. The nation's political discourse had shifted sharply in directions that made mainstream conservatives vocal advocates of torture and the Congress willing to circumscribe the nation's civil liberties. The last U.S. troops had left Iraq and the war on terror had wound down, but these media metaphors remained. 185. Embedded in American political consciousness, shaping political debate and public policy. A full decade after the 9/11 attacks, fiction and fantasy continued to frame key facets of U.S. national security policy. Conclusion. So what meaning can we retrieve from America's interweaving of state practice and media representations of torture? Driven by impulses and desires from within the dark, still unexplored recesses of the human mind, many end torture so alluring, so compelling that there is no such thing as a little bit of torture. Whether racked by fears or enticed by empowerment, the most senior officials of the Bush administration chose time and again to parse the law and press ahead with interrogation methods that were nothing other than torture in the eyes of the international community, whether the International Red Cross or close allies like the United Kingdom. Once such extreme methods became state policy, much of the press abjured its role as the critical fourth estate and instead became a megaphone for persuading the American people to accept this illegal policy as an exigency of war. And the American people, on the whole, allowed themselves to be persuaded. During the RST months of the War on Terror, mass media, both newspapers and television, publicized Professor Dershowitz's ticking time bomb scenario without subjecting it to any serious critical examination. Reporters for the Washington Post and the New York Times did provide detailed reports from Israel and the Philippines controverting the only evidence that advocates of this scenario could OER. But the lengthy texts of these articles lacked the impact of the succinct hypotheticals aired repeatedly on television and editorial pages. While the views of Dershowitz and fellow torture advocates appeared on mass media seen by millions, dissenters usually published their critiques in academic journals read by dozens reverberating endlessly in the media echo chamber. The ticking bomb scenario gained credence and shaped U.S. public debate over torture even though its sole basis was a hypothetical exercise in philosophy published 30 years earlier in an obscure academic journal. Very quickly, however, argument of any description, no matter how odd, gave way to the raw emotive visuals of torture scenarios in LM, television, and video games. As mass media LED screens large and small with such simulations, Fox's 24 introduced the character Jack Bauer as an American cultural icon for the Age of Terror. Through a complex emotional layering of split-screen visuals, ticking clock, pulsating music, and eroticized torture moments, the show's phenomenal impact soon made the mere mention of 186. His name a complete and convincing argument for abuse. Across the political spectrum, Bill Clinton praised him, President Bush imitated him, and Justice Scalia cited him. Through this mix of fiction and fantasy masquerading as logic and evidence, the American people set aside law, constitution, and UN convention to accept torture, shrouded in the euphemism of enhanced interrogation, as necessary for their national security. These 8 years of multimedia torture displays lurid, stimulating, even seductive may have coarsened the country's popular culture, with unpredictable consequences for its political process in years to come. Will such spectacular deance of law and morality introduce a corrosive cynicism into the country's political process, eroding the already strained civility among rival parties and their leaders? The impact will likely be too subtle, too elusive for polling or other standard tools of political analysis. Absent conventional means or metric to measure the impact of the arts upon politics, we might best turn to the stage. In April 2009, just as the Obama administration was releasing those graphic Bush-era torture memos, New York playwright Christopher Durang, whose forte was close examination of American culture, staged a 2-hour drawing room comedy, Why Torture is Wrong and the People Who Love Them. Amidst zany repartee and absurdist humor, the play was a seriously satirical look at the percolation of twisted values into an ordinary suburban household. When daughter marries a maybe Middle Eastern terrorist after a one-night stand, dad does what any right-thinking conservative would do and tortures the new son-in-law in his upstairs Abu Ghraib den, severing 3 fingers and an ear in a paroxysm of patriotic zeal. John Yoo from the Justice Department wrote a torture memo saying that it isn't torture unless it causes organ failure, says Dad, justifying dismemberment in defense of the nation. I myself feel that the play is a catharsis, a comic catharsis, for the last 8 years, Durang told the New York Times. What's particularly strange and unusual, though, is the play running when all of a sudden all these torture memos are released and discussed. The play lurches to an expected ending, as daughter stops the action and suggests reversing all that has happened because, she says, the torture troubles her. Someone said to me that the play's ending captures our desire to undo the last 8 years, explained its artistic director. I do think Chris was tapping into a longing in this country that is very deep to redo things, to say, torture is not who we are. Despite its controversial subject and sharp criticism of senior Bush aides, this play struck a responsive chord, winning positive reviews, an extended New York run, a Pulitzer Prize nomination, and road productions in Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and cities across America. 187. Meanwhile, the Bush administration, seconded by Obama, succeeded in helping most of the American public leave Abu Ghraib away in some remote corner of the national psyche. Yet, those images of torture will survive indefinitely in the global media, greatly damaging America's international image and diminishing its capacity for world leadership. Those photos of ordinary U.S. soldiers reveling in an orgy of torture are unstoppable, etched in computer hard drives and human memory for years to come. Indeed, Susan Sontag makes that telling point in her essay when she reminds us that in our digital hall of mirrors, the pictures aren't going to go away and will, over time, incite damage to our reputation, our image, our success as the lone superpower. 188. On or about January 11, 2002, a small, slender, 26-year-old Australian named David Hicks, recently captured alongside the Taliban in Afghanistan, was one of the RST detainees owned to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, for incarceration at Camp X-Ray. As a high school dropout, former drug addict, sometime car thief, mercenary soldier in Kosovo, Taliban leader against America, graduate of 4 terrorist training courses, and unconvincing convert to radical Islam, Hicks seemed to many Americans and Australians alike the despicable face of global terror. As the RST of 700 detainees began to arrive at Guantanamo, U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld branded them the most dangerous, best trained, vicious killers on the face of the earth. Australia's Prime Minister, John Howard, seconded that view, saying of Hicks, he knowingly joined the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. I don't have any sympathy for any Australian who's done that. On January 14, Canberra's Attorney General, Daryl Williams, dismissed concerns over the conditions of Hicks's confinement, calling the detainees about as dangerous as a person can be in modern times. In his reply to a father's desperate plea for Australia to arrange contact between David and his family, the Attorney General delivered a cool brusho, saying this was ultimately a matter for the United States. While the United Kingdom would soon recoil from the harsh conditions at Guantanamo and demand repatriation of all 9 of its nationals conned there, Prime Minister Howard led his countrymen in washing their hands of Australia's 2 Guantanamo detainees, Hicks and a later arrival, Mamdouh Habib. From the start, a handful of American and Australian civil libertarians realized the dangers of the Guantanamo legal regime. Only days after Hicks reached the camp, attorney Michael Ratner, chair of New York's Center for the Outcast of Camp Echo 6189 Constitutional Rights, decided he had to defend the Australian no matter how unpalatable his record might be because his status as an unlawful combatant threatened the rule of law at home and abroad. When it became known that I was representing him, Ratner recalled, I got the worst hate mail I have ever received. I got letters asking me why I didn't just let the Taliban come to my house and eat my children. Similarly, when Hicks's trial started before Guantanamo's controversial military commission, the Melbourne lawyer Lex Lasry, an Australian observer, warned, this is much less about David Hicks than it is about Australia's own moral authority. If it continues to condone this process as fair or just. Though they were just 2 among 700 detainees, these Australians soon achieved extraordinary significance for both advocates and opponents of the U.S. anti-terror regime. Mamdouh Habib's years of brutal torture would, when reported by the New York Times in 2005, become a chilling cautionary tale about the capricious use of rendition and torture as secret weapons in the war on terror. For his part, Hicks was eventually singled out for the most extreme form of sensory deprivation, 8 months of total isolation in a windowless cell at Camp Echo, an isolated cluster of wooden buildings used by the CIA and the U.S. military for the intensive interrogation of up to 24 high-value detainees among hundreds of prisoners. Hicks was picked as the RST to stand trial, on White House orders, in a test of its new military commissions, a hybrid system of presidential courts that would prove enormously controversial. But, most important, Hicks was one of the few to resist Guantanamo's devastating mix of interrogation and isolation and to persevere, without compromise, in a habeas corpus action that would later become the landmark Supreme Court case Rasool v. Bush. Starting only weeks after detainees arrived at Guantanamo, Michael Ratner fought the case on behalf of Hicks and two British detainees, Asif Iqbal and Shaku Rasool, through the lower courts, challenging President Bush's right to hold these prisoners indefinitely as enemy combatants without civil or human rights, an argument that the U.S. Supreme Court would arm, 2 years later, in a stinging rebuke to the president's policy stripped of all rights as an unlawful combatant, isolated inside a concrete cell, abandoned by his homeland, and pushed to the brink of suicide. David Hicks somehow managed, despite his utter powerlessness, to defy the world's most powerful person, George W. Bush. His tenacious, possibly courageous resistance to months of psychological torture denied the White House a potent conviction that would have legitimated its regime of inhumane interrogation and extra-legal incarceration. Whatever Hicks might have been before he 190 reached Guantanamo, his VE-year passage down this latter-day Via Dolorosa of brutal beatings, endless solitary confinement, and mock trials transformed him into an unlikely yet potent symbol for the sanctity of human rights. For what was being done to this outcast, stripped of diplomatic protection and reduced to a hapless human subject in Bush's anti-terror regime, could also be done to others. Indeed, in April 2004, as Hicks, forgotten by Canberra and his countrymen, was entering his 10th month of solitary confinement and sensory deprivation at Guantanamo, the world got its first glimpse of detainee treatment when CBS television broadcast those disturbing photographs from Abu Ghraib prison of Iraqis naked and hooded. Although Secretary Rumsfeld assured Congress that this abuse was perpetrated by a small number of U.S. military, these photos revealed the innovative psychological torture techniques that had metastasized inside the U.S. intelligence community since the 9/11 attacks and that were being used, albeit less spectacularly, on Guantanamo detainees like David Hicks. Just as the significance of Hicks's seemingly bizarre treatment becomes clear when seen through the lens of CIA torture techniques, so the painful experiences of these two Australian detainees provide a unique way to penetrate the opacity of hundreds of faceless Guantanamo terrorists and thereby grasp the human cost of the secret U.S. prisons that Amnesty International has called the Gulag of our time. Perhaps most important, a close study of the incarceration of this seemingly inconsequential individual, David Hicks, allows us to calculate the incalculable damage that Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo have done to America's moral authority as world leader. Guantanamo Bay. In the months following the 9/11 attacks, the Bush administration began building a global gulag for torture at Abu Ghraib, Guantanamo, and at least 8 CIA black sites worldwide. After the president signed a Classy Ed order soon after September 11 that gave the agency new powers to detain captives on its own, Washington negotiated supporting agreements for secret prisons in Thailand, Afghanistan, Eastern Europe, and Diego Garcia Island. When harsh physical techniques were needed, the CIA, continuing a practice used against Al-Qaeda suspects since the mid-1990s, engaged in extraordinary rendition by Ying detainees to allied nations notorious for torture, Morocco, Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and Uzbekistan. Inside the long-established U.S. Navy base at Guantanamo, the CIA also operated an austere cluster of huts concealed in 191. Side Camp Echo, the Pentagon's interrogation center where Hicks would later spend 8 months. Knitting this Farung prison network together, the agency shuttled its captives around the globe in a fleet of 24 jets operated by front companies, which made some 2,600 rendition-related flights between 2001 and 2005. Complementing these covert operations, the Bush administration also drafted formal regulations, starting in November 2001, that stripped detainees of Geneva Convention protections and allowed both indefinite incarceration and prosecution before special military commissions. In drafting these provisions and their complementary court procedures, administration attorneys avoided anything but the most cursory consultation with the country's leading specialists in military law, the senior officers of the Judge Advocate General Corps, as the administration prepared for the incarceration of terror suspects at Guantanamo. John U., a senior Justice Department lawyer, prepared a memo arguing that this U.S. Navy base was not on American territory and was thus beyond the writ of U.S. courts. Simultaneously, Secretary Rumsfeld crafted conditions for confinement that, in the view of Hicks's civilian attorney, Joshua Drattel, made Guantanamo a physical and legal island where Washington could do whatever it wanted. As Major Michael Maury, the military lawyer later assigned to defend Hicks, explained, Rumsfeld exercised overall control of the prosecution arm. He approves charges against individuals. He creates rules and regulations as well. In a series of controversial orders, the defense secretary denied detainees protection under the Geneva Conventions, convened military commissions that mocked U.S. standards of justice, and issued secret instructions for inhumane interrogation. But, above all, by authorizing extreme techniques beyond those allowed by the Army Field Manual and assigning a hand-picked general to carry out his commands, Rumsfeld transformed Guantanamo into an ad hoc behavioral science laboratory. Its inmates became involuntary human subjects for experiments that renewed the CIA's psychological torture paradigm. When the RST Afghan captives started arriving at Guantanamo on January 11, 2002, Rumsfeld accepted the advice of his neoconservative state attorneys and denied these detainees legal status as prisoners of war, saying, "Unlawful combatants do not have any rights under the Geneva Convention." He added, "We have indicated that we do plan to, for the most part, treat them in a manner that is reasonably consistent with the Geneva Conventions, to the extent they are appropriate." Although U.S. Admiral John Stuart branded the Guantanamo detainees, whose numbers soon reached 700, the worst of the worst, a study by Seton Hall Law School later found that 192% of prisoners on the Pentagon's inventory were arrested not by U.S. forces but by Afghan and Pakistani mercenaries eager for the $5,000 bounty on each captive. ETS airdropped across Afghanistan were inviting people to inform the intelligence service and get the big prize. While there were, no doubt, about 40 or FTY hardened Al-Qaeda members at Guantanamo, most prisoners were hapless tribesmen or poor peasants brought in by bounty hunters, not the worst of the worst, but the least of the least. In October 2002, after just 10 months of Guantanamo's operation as the chief U.S. prison for the War on Terror, the Pentagon removed General Rick Backus as commander after complaints from military interrogators that he coddled detainees by restraining abusive guards. Appointed in November with Pentagon orders to get tough and get information, General Geo Ray D. Miller would hold the post for a critical year, developing new doctrines for harsh interrogation that would spread to Iraq to facilitate this work. Guantanamo interrogators asked the Southern Command Chief, General James T. Hill, for more latitude in interrogating potential assets, such as the camp's most valuable prisoner, Mohammed al-Qahtani, a 26-year-old Saudi dubbed the 20th hijacker. In support of their request, General Hill sent the Pentagon a memo from Guantanamo's Joint Task Force 170 that recommended, RST, stress positions for a maximum of 4 hours, second, isolation facility for up to 30 days, third, deprivation of light and auditory stimuli, fourth, hooding, FTH, use of 20-hour interrogations, and, NALI, wet towel and dripping water to induce the misperception of suffocation. In sum, these orders renewed the two foundational techniques for psychological torture developed by the CIA during the Cold War: sensory deprivation and self-induced pain, with an additional level called waterboarding. When these requests reached the Pentagon in November 2002, senior military lawyers warned that the proposed techniques violated U.S. law and diplomatic conventions. The head of the Army's International Law Division wrote a memo arguing that the proposed use of stress positions, deprivation of light and auditory stimuli, and exploitation of personal phobias crosses the line of humane treatment, would likely be considered maltreatment under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and may violate the torture statute. This senior Army attorney found Guantanamo's request for tough techniques legally insufficient and recommended additional review. Senior attorneys for the Air Force, the Marines, and the Criminal Investigative Task Force reached similar conclusions. But Rumsfeld's chief counsel, a neoconservative lawyer named William J. Haynes II, wrote a one-page memo endorsing all but 3 of the 18 techniques that Guantanamo had requested 193. Including stress positions, removal of clothing, use of phobias, and deprivation of light and auditory stimuli. Consequently, in early December, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld approved 16 techniques beyond the 17 already allowed in the U.S. Army's standard FM 34-52 interrogation manual, written in the early 1990s to comply with the Geneva Conventions. By authorizing a multifaceted attack on sensory receptors, Rumsfeld's orders had a devastating impact on their RST target, Al-Qahtani, who, for FTY days from November 2002 to January 2003, was subjected to 20-hour interrogation sessions spiked by novel psychological pressures. After guards LLED Al-Qahtani's bladder full with more than 3 bags of intravenous UID, they denied him a toilet break until he answered questions. When his replies proved unsatisfactory, interrogators made him urinate in his pants. Playing upon Arab attitudes toward dogs, the Guantanamo guards, in their entry for December 20, 2002, began teaching the detainee lessons such as stay, come, and bark to elevate his social status up to that of a dog. Detainee became very agitated. These procedures and the legal opinions that permitted them were the work of a wider circle of neoconservative lawyers inside the Bush administration, many of them networked through the Federalist Society. Alberto Gonzales, counsel to the President, John Yoo, a political appointee in the Justice Department, William Haynes, chief counsel to Secretary Rumsfeld, and, above all, David Addington, chief of staff to Vice President Cheney. Their assent was the culmination of a conservative revolt against the liberal effort to restrain executive authority during the Vietnam War. The epicenter of this movement was the Federalist Society, founded in 1982 to GHT, in the words of its website, an orthodox liberal ideology which advocates a centralized and uniform society by creating a conservative and libertarian intellectual network that extends to all levels of the legal community, including, by 2006, 3 U.S. Supreme Court justices. Inspired by a neoconservative doctrine of overarching presidential power called the New Paradigm, these administration attorneys argued that, in wartime, the president should suspend all domestic laws or international treaties to defend the nation, thus correcting restraints imposed upon executive power by Congress during the Vietnam era. Not only did their advice set aside the Geneva Conventions of 1948, which requires civilized justice for captives, but these neoconservative lawyers also ignored the U.S. Uniform Code of Military Justice, which was drafted in 1950 to meet this international standard. For a half-century, these 2 foundational texts guided generations of military lawyers in the Judge Advocate General Corps within the 4 branches of the U.S. military. Just as the neoconservative lawyers revived the sovereign prerogatives of the Tudor Stuart. 194. Monarchs to order torture, so these Jags were heirs to 2 great revolutions against such unchecked state power. In the 17th century, the English Civil War against Stuart absolutism brought appointment of the British Army's RST Judge Advocate General, codification of habeas corpus, and abolition of torture. Closer to home, the 18th century American Revolution barred the use of coerced or tortured testimony under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. More immediately, these neoconservative lawyers were political appointees loyal to a party and a president, while the JAG attorneys were military professionals sworn to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. At every major turn in America's torture debate under Bush, events evolved, directly or indirectly, through a bitter struggle between these military attorneys and the neoconservative lawyers inside the administration. While mid-ranking JAG defense attorneys fought Bush's military commissions at Guantanamo, the military's top JAG commanders would speak out with stunning effectiveness, sparking opposition to Bush's policies in both Congress and the courts. Indeed, inside the Pentagon the most vocal opposition to Rumsfeld's orders for harsh treatment at Guantanamo came from the Navy's General Counsel, Alberto J. Mora. Learning of the abusive techniques from his investigators at Guantanamo, Mora objected strenuously, stating that interrogations authorized by the Secretary could rise to the level of torture. Insisting that the Pentagon senior attorney, William Haynes, consider the deeper legal implications of these techniques, Mora, an old-school conservative who equated torture with communism, asked, "What did deprivation of light and auditory stimuli mean? Could a detainee be locked in a completely dark cell? And for how long? A month? Longer?" But Haynes, a forceful leader of the neoconservative coterie, insisted that some USO jails believed the techniques were necessary to obtain information from Guantanamo detainees. In mid-January 2003, Morinelli threw down the gauntlet, threatening to sign a formal legal ending that these techniques constituted, at a minimum, cruel and unusual treatment and, at worst, torture. Within days, Rumsfeld retreated and ordered an internal review by a working group that soon produced a draft document with a narrow definition of torture and a broad interpretation of executive power. Rejecting these arguments, senior military lawyers advocated strict adherence to U.S. law and international treaties. In February 2003, the Deputy JAG for the Air Force, Major General Jack Rives, warned that the more extreme interrogation techniques, on their face, amount to violations of domestic criminal law and the UCMJ and placed interrogators at risk of criminal AC 195 accusations at home and abroad. Should information about the more extreme interrogation techniques become public, it will attract press coverage that, he said, could have a negative impact on international, and perhaps even domestic, support for the war on terrorism. All these warnings by senior JAG lawyers were informed by decades of military experience. All would prove unerringly prescient. All were ignored. On March 8, 2003, Secretary Rumsfeld staged a NAL meeting of the working group, thanking the members for their service and mouthing soothing platitudes about the need to ensure that group's recommendations were consistent with U.S. law and values. As it turned out, however, Mora and his military allies had been deceived. Adopting a clever two-track policy, the defense secretary publicly abjured abuse while issuing top-secret orders for torture at Guantanamo. In April, therefore, Rumsfeld restored the wide latitude for Guantanamo interrogators, albeit with a few new restrictions, sanctioning 7 methods beyond the 17 in the Army's ELD manual, including environmental manipulation, reversing sleep cycles from night to day, and isolation for up to 30 days. Through back channels, General Miller was briefed about these new guidelines, and his military intelligence units at Guantanamo soon adopted a 72-point matrix for stress and duress using heat or cold, withholding food, hooding for days at a time, naked isolation in cold, dark cells for more than 30 days, and stress positions designed to subject detainees to rising levels of pain. When blatant violation of the Geneva Conventions thus became Pentagon policy, a delegation of very senior, very anonymous uniformed military lawyers came to New York for an UNO-CHAL call on Scott Horton, then head of the City Bar Association's Human Rights Committee. Speaking o' the record, these JAG officers expressed grave concern that new Pentagon procedures, detailed in classy ed memos, were barring military lawyers from their usual watchdog role in the interrogation facilities and would soon lead to the abuse of detainees held in the global war on terror. They urged Horton's committee to challenge the Bush administration about its standards for detentions and interrogation. Suddenly, mysteriously, these same classy ed memos began leaking out of the Pentagon into the press, RST in a trickle and then in a torrent that broke through the Bush White House's obsessive concern with secrecy. Within just months, Joshua Drattel, the New York attorney who later joined the Hicks defense team, had collected enough of these leaked documents to compile a ponderous 1,000-page volume for Cambridge University Press that he published under the title The Torture Papers, The Road to Abu Ghraib. 196. The Torture of David Hicks. David Hicks was one of the RST to learn the real meaning of Rumsfeld's orders for deprivation of light and auditory stimuli. By the time he started to feel the full EECT of these enhanced psychological methods in July 2003, Hicks had already sued 19 months of extreme treatment. After a Northern Alliance warlord sold him to U.S. Special Forces for $1,000 in mid-December 2001, Hicks was packed into the brig of the USS Bataan in the Arabian Sea. From there Hicks was twice sewn, shackled and blindfolded, to a nearby land base for 7-hour torture sessions marked by kicking, beatings with butts, punching about the head and torso, and death threats at gunpoint, all by Americans. During his later transport from base to base around Afghanistan, he was made to run in leg shackles that regularly ripped skin on my ankles and was handcuffed for up to 15 hours so tightly that his arms were numbed. For the day-long military audit across the Atlantic to Guantanamo in January 2002, Hicks endured the standard sensory deprivation package of drugs, earmuffs, blackened goggles, and chains throughout his RST 17 months in the general prison population at Guantanamo's Camp X-Ray and Camp Delta. Hicks was, according to Court A. Davids, subjected to regular sleep deprivation, threatened with rendition to Egypt for torture, given injections of unknown substances, fed a reduced diet that stripped pounds from his small frame, and aired enticements to cooperate, including promises of prostitutes and even eventual repatriation to Australia. Two of his fellow detainees, Rasul and Iqbal, felt that Hicks was singled out for very aggressive treatment. With constant cell changes to deny him human support and almost daily interrogations that slowly made him more willing to cooperate, apparently convincing authorities to pick Hicks as the RST detainee to be tried by the new military commission. In a later affidavit, Hicks himself stated, "I felt like I was being intentionally isolated to break my will to resist my upcoming trial." During these endless interrogations, inquisitors became furious when Hicks contradicted their narrative. Displaying a photo of a detainee's face beaten into a mass of lesions, the interrogators threatened, "If you don't cooperate, we will send you to Egypt. You can ND out if he's dead and experience how it happened." Slowly, Hicks later recalled, "I became too exhausted to argue. I allowed the interrogators to frame my words and say anything they wanted." After 18 months of exhausting incarceration, daily beatings, and the endless screams of crazed prisoners broken by this harsh treatment, Hicks swapped assurance of immediate repatriation to Australia for his signature on a confession full of what he called the most outrageous assertions. 197. Following a few months of similar abuse, the American Taliban John Walker Lind, Hicks's alleged comrade in arms from Afghanistan, capitulated in July 2002. To avoid a life sentence, Lind pled guilty to aiding terrorists who reject our values of freedom, retracted all charges that he was mistreated while in military custody, and promised to cooperate fully, truthfully, and completely with intelligence officers. Yet, even Hicks's RST 19 months of harsh treatment could not have prepared him sufficiently for what would happen next, an extreme application, almost unprecedented in its severity, of the CIA's established sensory deprivation torture technique, involving 8 full months of strict solitary confinement. On July 3, 2003, President Bush personally approved the prosecution of 6 detainees before the military commission's 2 British nationals, 2 Yemenis, a Sudanese, and 1 Australian, David Hicks. 6 days later, to await the start of his case before the military commission, Hicks was transferred to Guantanamo's Camp Echo, an O-limits cluster of a dozen wooden houses, each with a steel cage, a restroom, and a table for interviews. Here he was isolated inside a windowless, 1-step-wide cell designed to deny its occupant all cognitive stimulus. As the other Australian detainee, Mamdouh Habib, put it, Echo was a place where the Americans sent you mad. During the next 244 days, without sunlight, watched around the clock by taciturn guards, Hicks found his human contacts restricted to weekly visits by the Muslim chaplain and far less frequent conferences with his civilian and military attorneys. The chaplain, an austere West Point graduate named James Yee, limited his conversation to questions of Islamic doctrine and recitation of Arabic prayers. For his infrequent meetings with his attorneys, Hicks was moved just a few feet from his cell into an adjacent interview area where he was shackled, by steel chains about his hands and waist, to a bolt in the OR family letters that past military censors had all expressions of love or support blacked out, evidence of a carefully calibrated psychological strategy of crushing Hicks's will and forcing him to capitulate instead of the normal cycle of daylight and darkness. The ceiling lights in this windowless cage glared 24 hours a day. Guards manipulated temperatures, setting the air conditioning to freezing while Hicks, barefoot in thin clothing, shivered uncontrollably. The oppressive atmosphere is crushing, suffocating, Hicks wrote in a prison diary. It eats at the mind, destroying it. Under these extreme conditions, Hicks lost 30 pounds from an already lean frame. He read a recondite 1,000-page Islamic legal commentary, one of the few books allowed, 7 times. Denied any sense of time, he experienced extreme mood swings almost hourly. He began to contemplate committing suicide by smashing his skull against the walls of his cell, or 198. Cutting his wrists. Yet, he somehow survived and, through some inner reserve, refused to capitulate. By the time Hicks gained access to civilian counsel, in early 2004, his American attorney, Joshua Drattel, found him at the brink of despair, drawn so deeply inward that he was obsessed with the minutiae of his surroundings, almost unable to comprehend the reality of his trial and the larger issues at stake. The apparent aim of such sensory deprivation, one of the longest on record since the CIA adopted this torture technique odd years before, was to force a guilty plea and an end to Hicks's habeas corpus petition in the U.S. courts. After the confession of the American Taliban linked identity as detainee 001 on the Pentagon's roster, Guantanamo's jailers had apparently moved down the list to the next poster boy for their tough anti-terror regime by breaking detainee 002, David Hicks. Indeed, his RST American attorney, Michael Ratner, was convinced that Hicks was picked as the RST to be tried by the military commissions because his jailers thought they could make a deal with a prisoner weakened by months of solitary confinement under similar, albeit less severe treatment. Hicks's fellow habeas corpus litigants, Rasul and Iqbal, made confessions. After 3 months of solitary confinement broken only by 12-hour interrogations with painful short shackling, freezing air conditioning, strobe lights, and blasting music, the two English nationals confessed to everything and identified themselves, falsely, as faces in a crowd of 40 jihadists seated before Osama bin Laden in a pre-9/11 video. But the British government, under pressure from angry protests and a petition by some 200 members of parliament, soon intervened, pressing Washington for repatriation of all 9 of its nationals. Consequently, in September 2003, a British MI5 agent arrived at Guantanamo with irrefutable evidence that Rasul had been working in a British electronics shop at the same time he confessed to being in Afghanistan with bin Laden in 2 batches, March 2004 and January 2005. All 9 British detainees were owned to London and released within 24 hours, leaving Hicks the last litigant standing in convincing testimony to the power of such sensory manipulation. An FBI agent at Guantanamo Road headquarters in November 2002 that one detainee subjected to intense isolation for over 3 months. In a cell that was always hooded with light. Was evidencing behavior consistent with extreme psychological trauma. In another case, an FBI agent observed, the detainee was almost unconscious on the OR, with a pile of hair next to him. He had apparently been literally pulling his own hair out throughout the night. 199. Other OCHAL investigations, U.S. and international, found that Guantanamo's interrogation methods constituted at best abuse and at worst torture. After repeated visits to the base between January 2002 and June 2004, a period that coincided with Hicks's protracted isolation inside Camp Echo, the International Red Cross concluded, the construction of such a system, whose stated purpose is production of intelligence, cannot be considered other than an intentional system of cruel, unusual, and degrading treatment and a form of torture. The trial. Beyond these harsh interrogation methods, however, the most important of Secretary Rumsfeld's innovations at Guantanamo was a compromised form of military justice called the military commissions. Under the authority of the President's November 2001 order, Rumsfeld, as the original appointing authority, issued Military Commission Order No. 1, establishing a new judicial system with its own ad hoc commission law that operated outside the Uniform Code of Military Justice. As Michael Ratner argued in his February 2002 petition on behalf of Hicks, this order vests the President with complete discretion to identify the individuals that fall within its scope and expressly bars review by any court anywhere in the world. In short, these military commissions represented unchecked presidential power. Sine Cantley, Order No. 1 stated explicitly that all the rules enumerated therein did not create any enforceable rights, a legal catch-22 that would allow Rumsfeld's hand-picked presiding officers, who acted as both judges and jury, to make and break regulations almost at will. Of equal import, the commissions, unlike regular courts, were allowed to consider any evidence that would have probative value to a reasonable person, in EECT abandoning conventional rules of evidence to allow even testimony derived from torture or hearsay. The weakness of this ad hoc legal system became evident when the convening authority indicted just a handful among the hundreds of detainees at Guantanamo and then selected Hicks to be the RST to stand trial before the military commissions. The conspiracy charges against Hicks and his co-accused were so ill-defined that there were no clear criteria for guilt, allowing the presiding officer enormous discretion over evidence and sentencing. Not only were the rules odd, but Rumsfeld's commissioners were serving officers bereft of legal expertise and biased by combat experience against the Taliban. In this ad hoc tribunal, rules of evidence were absent. Weighing up 200. All these factors, in September 2004 the Australian Law Council's observer at Guantanamo, Lex Lasry, QC, concluded that a fair trial for David Hicks is virtually impossible and that any trial might well end with a substantial miscarriage of justice. After watching court officers use porta-potties on a dusty hillside and fumble for precedents as the commission prepared for its RST trials in August 2004, a legal observer from Human Rights First felt it would be crazy to do just what they were doing, to start building a new legal system from scratch. Yet, there was a certain genius to this madness. Just as England's Tudor Stuart monarchs had circumvented the common law ban on torture by convening a royal court called the Star Chamber that was later closed by the Habeas Corpus Act of 1640, so President Bush evaded the U.S. Constitution's protections by creating these military commissions at Guantanamo, answerable only to himself as Commander-in-Chief. As Hicks's legal team assembled at Guantanamo in early 2004, it was troubled by serious problems, some from the commission system, some of its own making including inadequate STA-NG, primitive research resources, and unresolved contests between the civilian and military defense attorneys. When he joined Major Maury in February as the team's lead civilian counsel, Joshua Drattel highlighted the need for cooperation, saying, "I have more experience in the area of terrorism and the whole Al-Qaeda terrorist type of prosecutions. He's got much more experience in dealing with the whole military system. It's complementary." As it turned out, such complementation was complicated by a clash of personalities and cultures: military versus civilian, Australian versus American. Major Maury was a military careerist with just one client. Joshua Drattel, though working pro bono, was a New York litigator with a fast-track career. Drattel was a Harvard Law School graduate. Maury had attended Western New England Law School at the antipodes of the same state and the U.S. legal profession. Drattel had a good grasp of courtroom procedure and anti-terrorist law from his defense of an Al-Qaeda suspect in the 1998 East Africa bombings. Maury was a military lawyer who knew little of the international law central to his client's case. Then there were the cultural contexts. At RST, Major Maury was put off by Hicks's thick Aussie accent and laconic ways, but he soon bonded with him as a fellow dropout. As a college rugby player, Maury had toured Australia and New Zealand for 3 weeks, developing a fondness for Australians and their culture. Drittel, by contrast, was a high-octane trial lawyer who sometimes seemed impatient with the low-key manner of his Aussie colleagues, producing contests that simmered and eventually erupted in sharp exchanges. When in 2001, Adelaide solicitor, Stephen Kenny, a respected attorney who represented Hicks in Australia, pressed his colleagues to make an issue of the abusive treatment, Drittel supported Kenny's sacking in early 2005, saying, "I don't see just the stamping of the feet and the complaining as being a very productive strategy." As the RST hearings approached with only weeks to prepare, the Hicks team was heading into trial before a hostile court with one well-briefed star backed by a limited sta and an under-researched case. Before the Hicks trial could start, however, ongoing legal battles in the U.S. civilian courts intervened. In June 2004, only weeks after the Abu Ghraib exposé, the habeas corpus case led by Michael Ratner 2 years earlier on behalf of Hicks, Habib, and other detainees nearly reached the U.S. Supreme Court. In its landmark decision Rasool v. Bush, the Supreme Court affirmed the right of enemy combatants held at Guantanamo to due process under the law, adly rejecting the White House's insistence on unchecked, unlimited detention. Suddenly, the Pentagon's plans to hold hundreds of detainees at Guantanamo without any judicial oversight were thrown into disarray, and the Bush administration was faced with a possible mass transfer of 600 cases to the U.S. federal courts. To block that unpalatable possibility, the Pentagon convened, in just 9 days, another ad hoc military court at Guantanamo, the Combatant Status Review Tribunal, and over the next 6 months pushed all the detainees through hasty hearings. On August 17, the CSRT reviewed the evidence against Hicks, without allowing him to see or challenge the charges, and found grounds to consider him an unlawful combatant. Though the White House thus claimed full compliance with the Supreme Court, this ad hoc military tribunal had denied detainees legal representation and made their military jailers both judge and jury. A week later, on August 23, 2004, Hicks, after 30 months imprisonment, nearly had his RST day in court. The day's emotional peak came at the start, when Hicks entered the courtroom and embraced his father, Terry, who had flown from Australia to Cuba for a few moments with his son. At a press briefing later that day, the elder Hicks expressed concern about the mental damage his son might have suffered from months of solitary confinement, adding pointedly that David had asked him if family members were still on his side. After a formal reading of President Bush's order that Hicks was eligible for trial, the court then heard defense objections to the VE-Man panel on the grounds that, as serving officers, they lacked both legal experience and impartiality. In a dramatic challenge to the court of the sort that usually happens only in LM or television, Drittel stripped away any illusion of the court's 202. Impartiality by exposing a close personal relationship between its presiding officer, Colonel Peter E. Brownback III, and the Pentagon's newly designated appointing authority, Major General John D. Altenburg, Jr. With Major Maury largely silent at his side, Drittel read a succession of sharp questions that forced Colonel Brownback to admit that he had given the roast at the general's retirement and attended his son's wedding, clear signs of bias that the appointing authority, none other than General Altenburg himself, had reviewed and found irrelevant. How would you answer people who might say that you were chosen for this post not for your qualifications but for your close relationship with Mr. Altenburg? Drittel pointedly asked the colonel. Stunned by this revelation, the legal observer from Human Rights First called this a huge con-ict. In some ways like the prosecutor in a criminal case and the lead juror being best of friends. At the close of these contentious proceedings, the presiding officer asked Hicks how he would plead to the charges, RST, of conspiring with Osama bin Laden to engage in murder by an unprivileged belligerent, and terrorism, second, attempted murder, and, third, aiding the enemy. In a clear voice, Hicks replied, "Sir, to all charges, not guilty." Though Drittel was often brilliant during the verbal dueling, the Hicks legal team was still raw. While Drittel slashed away at the court, Major Maury sat taciturn throughout, an ill-advised strategy for building rapport with the uniformed officers on the military panel. Visually, the defense table presented poorly before the court an emaciated, listless defendant sitting between the massive Major Maury and the energetic Drittel. Reacting this improvised teamwork, Drittel's tactical victories in August would prove a strategic miscalculation in November. During these same hearings that August, the Commission also heard arguments for another of the 6 accused, Salim Ahmed Hamdan, who shared star billing in the opening trials with Hicks. Like the Australian, Hamdan was more foot soldier than general in Al-Qaeda's army. As an unemployed Yemeni national, Hamdan had gone to work in Afghanistan as a chauffeur for Osama bin Laden. Appearing for the Yemeni, Lieutenant Commander Charles Swift of the U.S. Navy launched a parallel challenge to the panel's impartiality, asking its chairman, Colonel Brownback, "Did you think these commissions were lawful when you were appointed?" After a long pause, the colonel admitted that he was not certain if they were, in fact, lawful when the Hicks case resumed on November 1 after a 2-month hiatus. The appointing authority, General Altenburg, responded to Drittel's protests by removing 2 members of the VE-Man panel. Though this ruling seemed at first glance a win for the defense, in reality it was at best a Pyrrhic victory. As 203. An observer from Human Rights First explained, in reducing the size of the panels for Hicks and Hamdan, Altenburg actively have the prosecutor's burden of proof. Instead of persuading 4 out of VE panelists of Hicks's guilt, now, thanks to his own attorney, prosecutors faced a far easier task of convincing just 2 out of 3 judges. And, as Drittel himself had observed, the reduction in the panel size would allow his main antagonist, the presiding officer Colonel Brownback, to dominate the legal issues and legal questions and legal decisions. These renewed proceedings seemed even less viable to the Australian legal observer, Lex Lasry, QC. In the intervening weeks, several panel members had been dismissed, the release of some prosecution witnesses from Guantanamo had denied the defense any opportunity to challenge their evidence, and the court's slipshod procedures had left 64 major defense motions unanswered. In an arbitrary move showing the presiding officer's unchecked authority, the court summarily dismissed, without any legal basis, defense moves to call 6 leading international lawyers, including the Pentagon's own law of war expert. But in the long hiatus between hearings, the Hicks defense team had polished its act to show some deft teamwork. Opening for the defense on November 2, Joshua Drittel argued, with his customary skill, that the commission was fundamentally odd because it only authorized military commission trials for non-citizens, a violation of the Geneva Convention. After Drittel nished scoring points about the legality of the court, Major Maury rose to argue that their client Hicks, though captured as a combatant, should have been tried as a civilian, with full legal rights under the 4th Geneva Convention. When the presiding officer, Colonel Brownback, insisted that Hicks was being properly tried under the 3rd Convention, the Major, now well briefed on international law by Melbourne University law professor Tim McCormack, held his own. As Maury chipped away at the presiding officer's arguments, Colonel Brownback said bitingly, "I'm looking at 3rd Convention, Article 3, Sunshine." As an observer from Human Rights First noted, Brownback's patronizing use of the nickname Sunshine for Major Maury seemed to evince surprising disrespect for counsel. 6 days later, on November 8, Lieutenant Commander Swift, who was now facing a similarly reduced 3-man panel, was midway through a challenge to the court's new composition when a soldier entered silently and handed Colonel Brownback a note. Blandly, the colonel announced, without explanation, "We are going to take an night recess." As the panel hurried out the door, the news rippled across the courtroom: the federal court stopped the commissions. 204. U.S. courts intercede. Indeed, 1,000 miles to the north, in Washington, D.C., U.S. Judge James Robertson had handed down the RST ruling in what would later become the Deaning Supreme Court case on detainee issues, Hamdan v. Rumsfeld. In another skirmish between the military JAGs and the Bush White House, the suit had been led on behalf of Guantanamo defendant Salim Hamdan by his civil-military legal team, Lieutenant Commander Swift and Professor Neil Katyal of Georgetown University Law School. Ruling that the president is not a tribunal, the judge found that Bush had no right to suspend the Geneva Conventions. Significantly, his ruling stated that the military commissions were fatally odd because they were contrary to or inconsistent with the UCMJ, and thus all hearings at Guantanamo were to be suspended until they met the standards of a conventional court-martial. Significantly, the judge found defendant Hamdan's months of psychologically stressful solitary confinement at Camp Echo unacceptable and ordered his return to the general prison population at Camp Delta. As this sharply worded decision indicates, opposition to Bush's detainee policies was reaching a critical mass in the courts, Congress, and the press. In January 2005, U.S. District Judge Joyce Hens Green heard petitions from FTY detainees and affirmed the right of the federal courts to issue habeas corpus writs for Guantanamo prisoners. The judge found, in reviewing allegations by the Australian Mamdouh Habib about his abuse in Egypt, that evidence presented before the military commissions might well have been tainted by torture. The judge noted Habib's claim that he had suffered routine beatings to the point of unconsciousness, had been locked in a room that would gradually be LED with water to a level just below his chin as he stood for hours on the tips of his toes, and had been suspended from a wall with his feet resting on the side of a large electric cylindrical drum, thereby extracting confessions that, said the defendant, can be proven false. After the Washington Post published a moving expose of Habib's agony and Canberra Nally requested his repatriation, he was quickly released, without charges or explanation. After 3 years of detention and months of cruel tortures, Habib Nally rejoined his family in Sydney, leaving David Hicks the sole Australian still confined at Guantanamo. Although the U.S. Court of Appeals reversed Judge Robertson's decision in July 2005, by that time New York's leading law RMS had made Guantanamo Bay their preferred pro bono destination. As powerhouse corporate lawyers shuttled to Cuba to meet detainee clients and papered the federal courts with habeas corpus petitions, Guantanamo's isolation, once the military's most 205 powerful psychological weapon, was shattered and, with Hamdan v. Rumsfeld moving up the docket of the U.S. Supreme Court amid anticipation of a definitive review of the military commissions, all proceedings against Hicks and the other detainees were suspended. It would, in fact, be 2 years before David Hicks would have another appearance before the commission, a delay that would effectively transfer his case from the halls of justice into the court of public opinion. By mid-2005, the U.S. Congress, the courts, and the national press began to join the chorus of criticism about conditions at Guantanamo Bay. Shut it down. Just shut it down, wrote the New York Times columnist Thomas L. Friedman with uncommon boldness. Just shut it down and then plow it under. It has become worse than an embarrassment. I am convinced that more Americans are dying and will die if we keep the Gitmo prison open than if we shut it down. The controversy moved to Congress, where the Senate Judiciary Committee heard Lieutenant Commander Swift recall the RST meeting his client, Salim Ahmed Hamdan. The Yemeni detainee had already been in solitary confinement for 45 days. In a windowless room and was showing signs of extreme mental stress. Backed by documents, Swift showed that due process before Guantanamo's commissions was being bent to a predetermined outcome. In a ringing reminder of the issues at stake, this JAG lawyer added that any court, whether military or civil, says as much about the society that holds the trial as it does about the individual before it. Little more than a month later, in August 2005, the Pentagon's military lawyers leaked several damning emails about the commissions to the Australian Broadcasting Corporation's Washington correspondent, Leah Sales, that confirmed Commander Swift's criticisms a year earlier. As the military commissions were preparing for trial, one prosecutor, Captain John Carr, had complained that their OCE was about to prosecute fairly low-level accused in a process that appears to be rigged. In a similar message, another JAG prosecutor, Major Robert Preston, stated that proceeding to trial with such weak evidence, particularly in the case against David Hicks, would be a severe threat to the reputation of the military justice system and even a fraud on the American people. But their superior, Colonel Frederick L. Borch, had dismissed these complaints as monstrous lies, and so no corrective action was taken to protest what they regarded as the rigging of court procedure. 3 career JAG prosecutors Carr, Preston, and Captain Carey Wolf requested reassignment to other duties as U.S. courts and military lawyers mobilized to stop detainee abuse at Guantanamo. Australia's Prime Minister, John Howard, who had been 206 re-elected in October 2004 with an increased parliamentary majority, announced with seeming relief that we have just received written advice from the Defense Department that after a very thorough investigation the allegations of Hicks and Habib about mistreatments whilst they were in American custody, no evidence has been found. With Canberra unwilling to defend its own, all action in the Hicks case shifted to the United Kingdom, where, in a far less hostile political climate, he could claim citizenship through his mother and the protection of a government committed to the rule of law. The British Attorney General, Lord Goldsmith, had already spoken on the record against Guantanamo a year earlier, saying the military commissions there could not provide a fair trial by international standards. Moreover, Lord Stein, the Lord Appeal in Ordinary, had damned the commissions as a preordained arbitrary rush to judgment by an irregular tribunal which makes a mockery of justice. Although the High Court in London ruled definitively for Hicks in December 2005, the British government retracted his citizenship that same day amid this rising controversy over conditions at Guantanamo. The White House deployed the recently enacted Detainee Treatment Act in a bid to quash judicial oversight of its actions. On January 3, 2006, the Justice Department notified federal judges that it would seek the immediate dismissal of all 160 habeas corpus cases led on behalf of Guantanamo detainees. A week later, the U.S. Solicitor General, citing this new law, advised the Supreme Court that it no longer had jurisdiction over Guantanamo and asked the justices to dismiss the potentially landmark unlawful combatant case, Hamdan v. Rumsfeld, a petition the court set aside when it heard oral arguments. The RST stepped toward a NAL ruling at the very moment when the White House seemed to have the torture scandal under control by manipulating Congress, silencing the courts, and disarming the national press. The international community intervened in an unprecedented manner. In February 2006, the UN Human Rights Commission released a report branding U.S. treatment of Guantanamo's prisoners torture. Then, in a historic challenge, UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan issued a dramatic call for the United States to close Guantanamo, but, within hours, Secretary Rumsfeld shot back, insisting, in a public address before the Council on Foreign Relations in New York, that the detainees are being handled honorably, even though they are terrorists, bad people, if they went back out on the ELD would try to kill Americans. The existence of Guantanamo remains unacceptable, announced Britain's Attorney General, Lord Goldsmith, arguing that its closure would help remove what has become a symbol to many of injustice. Its military Tri-207 tribunals, he explained, failed to OER sufficient guarantees of fair trial, a fundamental principle on which there can be no compromise. In this ringing defense of the law's sanctity, he seemed to echo the House of Lords, which, the previous December, had remed the bedrock moral principle within the 1,000-year tradition of British common law that torture is an unqualified evil and blocked deportations of a dozen Muslims convicted on evidence procured by torture in iced by foreign jails. On similar moral grounds, Germany, the European Parliament, and the United Nations called for Guantanamo's closure. After detailed presentations by a U.S. delegation in early May 2006, the UN Committee on Torture, composed of 10 human rights experts from across the globe, found detention for protracted periods at Guantanamo Bay without sufficient legal safeguards unlawful under the laws of armed conflict and directed that Washington should cease to detain any person at Guantanamo Bay and close this detention facility. Then, in June 2006, all these political tensions culminated in a dramatic denouement before the U.S. Supreme Court. In hearing a government appeal from Judge Robertson's decision in Hamdan v. Rumsfeld, the justices reminded the president that he is not above the law. Writing for the majority in a veto 3 decision, Justice John Paul Stevens ruled that the United States was bound by the Geneva Conventions that barred, under Common Article 3, all humiliating and degrading treatment of detainees and required their prosecution with all the judicial guarantees which are recognized as indispensable by civilized peoples. Explaining the import of this decision to the Senate Judiciary Committee, Yale Law School's Dean, Harold Koh, testified that Guantanamo represented a VE-year misadventure of creating military commissions that plainly fall short of minimum global standards of fair trial. By mid-2006, Australia thus remained one of the few foreign nations that still accepted the legality of Guantanamo's endless detention and drumhead tribunals. In late March, right after a visit from the Australian consul, Hicks was in clear violation of the Third Geneva Convention moved back into solitary confinement at Camp 5, where he remained for months, isolated 23 hours a day inside a cement room with a solid steel door. 4 powerful light bulbs kept the room bright 24 hours a day, and guards barred detainees from covering their eyes in any way. Ducts delivered blasts of cold air that made Hicks shiver constantly. Apart from a small window with opaque glass that emitted a faint glow during the day, he was again being denied human contact or sunlight, sharing the severe distress of sensory deprivation. The other Australian detainee Mamdouh Habib, who spent 7 months there, called Camp 5 a terrible place, freezing cold, with constant 208 loud music and noise, and glaring lights. In the VE years since Hicks's arrival at Guantanamo, Canberra had yet to protest such inhumane treatment. Indeed, 2 months after that steel door slammed shut on Hicks, Australia's ambassador to Washington meekly concluded a formal agreement with the Pentagon's OCE of military commissions, winning a promise of his repatriation once the trial was completed by agreeing to honor whatever terms the tribunal might impose for the plenipotentiary of a major nation to treat with a third-tier functionary of another state, the legal advisor to the appointing authority of the Pentagon's OCE of military commissions, and thereby legitimate the illegal incarceration of one of its citizens was, in the view of Hicks's attorney Joshua Drattel, an inexplicable surrender of Australia's national sovereignty. Release from Guantanamo. After VE years of watching their countrymen sue imprisonment without trial, Australians were increasingly critical, and Prime Minister John Howard, after 4 successive victories, was in serious danger of being defeated in the upcoming Australian elections planned for late 2007. During the VE years Hicks had been incarcerated, popular sentiment had shifted dramatically, from revulsion to concern. A spontaneous support movement had sprung up across this continent, sparked by opposition to the harsh confinement and the lack of due process. Apart from growing anger among civil libertarians and human rights activists, Hicks's case also inspired a burst of creativity by Australia's artists. In 2004, the SBS national network broadcast a sympathetic documentary, The President vs. David Hicks, which followed the father, Terry Hicks, on a lonely pilgrimage, locking himself in cages on city streets around the world to highlight the plight of his son. 2 years later, Nigel Jameson's dance/drama Honor Bound, an emotionally wrenching portrayal of Hicks as a wayward youth consigned to endless detention at Guantanamo, enjoyed a strong run at the Sydney Opera House. Perhaps most important, between sessions at Guantanamo Bay, Hicks's military counsel, Major Michael Morey, made a succession of well-publicized speaking tours of Australia. At the start of one such trip, in August 2006, the Major walked a Trans-Pacific into a matinee of Honor Bound at the Sydney Opera House, taking the stage at the end of the performance to a round of thunderous applause. As a woman interviewer shot questions personal and professional, Major Morey answered with the disarming charm that had made this American military lawyer a folk hero to many in Australia. As a 209 ready smile softened his centurion's chin and angular nose, Morey told, with wry self-deprecation, about dropping out of college at 18 and serving a tour as an ordinary Marine recruit, learning the discipline he had long lacked. After law school and steady promotions to chief prosecutor in Hawaii, he was led by his sense of justice to transfer to the Pentagon, where he served as defense counsel for Guantanamo's newly formed military commissions. By late 2003, the Major had become a military lawyer with just one client, David Hicks, and found himself working not in a conventional court-martial but in show trials set up for political purposes. That experience soon forced him into a new, sometimes uncomfortable role as a critic challenging the entire system because it was unfair. When the microphone opened to the audience, questions came quickly. Many queries seemed acidly critical of America. But the Major nested them deftly, treating every speaker with deference and expressing strong opposition to the military commissions at Guantanamo. For 4 years, he said, Hicks had been locked in a U.S. political deadlock, and he would remain there until the Australian government asks them to send him home. Throughout his hour on the Opera House stage, the Major courted his audience with references to cricket and rugby, drawing laughs with a wry remark about his client's history of drug addiction and terrorist training, saying, "Let's be frank. David made what even he would admit were some bad life choices." As this dialogue drew to a close, one middle-aged woman seemed to sum up the surge of emotions the Major had aroused in this audience. "You represent the America I always believed in, an America that seemed lost since September 11. The applause resounded, drowning out the obvious paradox of pacists and peace activists enamored of a man whose bearing and uniform made him every inch a U.S. Marine. That Sunday evening at the Opera House was just the start of the Major's triumphal week-long sweep across Australia, speaking before audiences that can only be called adoring, even adulatory. On Monday, while dining with Bob de Bus, the New South Wales Attorney General, and chatting with Sydney's Catholic primate, George Cardinal Pell, Maury was also appearing, via videotape, on ABC television's popular interview program Enough Rope, telling its host, Andrew Denton, that Prime Minister Howard was seriously misinformed about his client. Hicks had, the Major said, been tortured and was not guilty of anything akin to serious offences. Denton asked if the Major had not killed his career by his passionate criticism of the powers that be in Canberra and Washington, D.C. Maury replied that he was just following the core values that the Marine Corps have taught me of justice and judgment and integrity. 210. On Tuesday, the Vice President of the New South Wales Law Society introduced him to a standing room-only crowd of 400 lawyers on Sydney's Phillip Street, saying, in words that re-acted the electric atmosphere the Marine seemed to stir among Australians, "I expected this lectern to be awash with underwear." Thursday saw the Major in Canberra for meetings with members of Parliament, both government and opposition. Although Attorney General Philip Ruddock was pointedly absent, he had already capitulated to the Major's charisma by announcing he would seek Hicks's return if substantive new charges were not laid quickly. That evening, Maury won over the capacity crowd of VE100 at Australian National University, with audience members emerging to describe him as a hero, a role model, and someone who should run for US President. On Friday, the Major flew down to Hobart, where, the Mercury reported, an adoring crowd of 720 packed a University of Tasmania lecture hall and responded to his criticisms of Canberra's handling of the Hicks case with a thunderous standing ovation lasting about VE minutes. Crossing to Adelaide over the weekend, Maury told VE100 protesters at a candlelight vigil that the Bush administration's new law creating military commissions was unfair and that, unless Canberra acted, David will be stuck in Guantanamo for another 2 years. In darkness broken by ickering candles, the crowd marched to the local OCE of Foreign Minister Alexander Downer to present a petition with 1,000 signatures calling for Hicks's release. Many in that Adelaide crowd were members of the activist group Get Up, whose campaign in support of Hicks already counted 150,000 members across Australia with a mix of persistence and wry wit. These agitators mounted placards critical of the government's inaction on trucks and began circulating through Prime Minister Howard's own suburban electoral district in northern Sydney. By appealing to Australia's strong sense of fair go for all accused, the campaign mobilised nationwide rallies for Hicks in December 2006, the 40th anniversary of his incarceration. Polls found that 71% of all Australians felt it was time to bring him home. This shift in public opinion was matched by a rising chorus of criticism from the country's elites. In a rare act of ecumenical solidarity, the Catholic Cardinal George Pell joined the Anglican Archbishop of Sydney in publicly condemning Hicks's lengthy incarceration. From Canberra, the opposition's Shadow Attorney General, Nicola Roxon, stated that the government's handling of Hicks amounted to the complete abandonment of an Australian citizen. The former Chief Justice of the High Court, Sir Gerard Brennan 211, stated that Australia was morally impoverished by its complicity in the US treatment of Hicks in November. The Law Council of Australia called the military commissions grossly unfair for allowing admission of evidence against Hicks that had been obtained by unacceptable methods of interrogation. 10 days later, the Attorneys General for all of Australia's states vented their anger at their federal counterpart for failing to win a fair trial for Hicks. Even in the face of such rising criticism, the Howard government remained steadfast in support of the Bush administration. During a visit to Washington that October, Australia's Attorney General, Philip Ruddock, declared that the United States has made it clear that torture is not permissible. He then contradicted that assertion unwittingly by stating that I don't regard sleep deprivation as torture. Several days later, Prime Minister Howard defended those remarks, adding that, in the case of David Hicks, allegations of torture have not been established. But by January 2007, as public support for Hicks grew, Prime Minister Howard's poll numbers sagged, and the date of Australia's next elections approached. Canberra's ambassador to Washington met Bush administration officials to press hard for progress before the military tribunal. Within days, the Pentagon's chief counsel, William Haines, called Guantanamo's lead prosecutor, Colonel Morris Davis, to demand an acceleration of the case against Hicks. The prosecutor was both angered and confused by this pressure, later recalling, "We had no convening authority, we had no manual for military commissions, we had no regulations for trial by military commission. So, the major pieces were not in place and I'm having the General Counsel calling me up, the day after there was a meeting with the Australian ambassador, asking, how quickly I could charge David Hicks." A month later, when Vice President Cheney visited Australia to discuss Iraq, Prime Minister Howard, facing the threat of losing his OCE, took the opportunity to insist that Hicks be tried with no further delay. Just days later, Hicks was indicted under new terrorism charges, and the convening authority of the military commissions, Susan J. Crawford, a civilian and a loyal Cheney protege, aired a tempting plea bargain without consulting her chief prosecutor, Colonel Davis. Instead of the 20 years in prison previously discussed, Crawford dangled a tempting 9-month sentence if Hicks would plead guilty and sign a statement that he had never been illegally treated. After more than 2 years without a court hearing, David Hicks suddenly appeared before the military commissions on March 26, 2007, with his attorney, Major Maury, at his side. With the original charges of murder and conspiracy now dropped, Hicks stated that he would plead guilty to the only remaining accusation, providing material aid to terrorism. In the lengthy 212 plea agreement signed that day, Hicks acknowledged that I am an alien unlawful enemy combatant and stated that I have never been illegally treated. Sine qua, Hicks had to promise, in the agreement's most detailed clause, that I will not communicate with the media in any way. For a period of 1 year. I agree that this includes any direct or indirect communication made by me, my family members, my assigns, or any other third party made on my behalf. As the RST and only detainee convicted at Guantanamo, Hicks had admitted high crimes of terrorism and was then sentenced to just 9 months imprisonment in his native Australia, less time than he would serve for, say, petty theft or drunk driving. At a press conference after the sentencing, the chief prosecutor, Colonel Davis, admitted that he was shocked by the decision, saying, "I wasn't considering anything that didn't have 2 digits, meaning at least 10 years imprisonment. Why this curious imbalance between crime and punishment? What an amazing coincidence," remarked the Australian observer at Guantanamo, Lex Lasry. "With the election in Australia by the end of the year, he gets 9 months and he is gagged for 12 months from talking about it." Even so, Prime Minister Howard, Bush's loyal ally, lost those elections badly in November 2007 after 4 straight electoral victories with growing majorities for months before the balloting. The activist group Get Up ran a postcards to the PM campaign that generated 10,143 protest letters from the Prime Minister's own electoral district, about 12% of all voters there. Simultaneously, the group's Bring David Hicks Back Home billboard truck was circulating on those same Sydney streets at the heart of the city's business district in March. Amnesty International set up a replica of the tiny isolation cell at Guantanamo's Camp 6, where Hicks had been conned for the past 4 months, from which passers-by emerged to describe the experience as traumatizing. Not only was Howard's party defeated, but also he suffered the ultimate humiliation within the Westminster parliamentary system of losing his own safe seat, in part because human rights advocates took the Hicks case into his electorate, where the opposition candidate's key swing ballots came from activist Green Party voters. Meanwhile, back in Guantanamo, at midnight on May 18, 2007, an armored van pulled up to a Gulfstream jet. 2 rows of sentries formed a cordon between the van and aircraft. Armed U.S. soldiers marched Hicks, shackled hand and foot, through that cordon and handed him over to 2 Australian prison guards. After sitting silent and listless during the 24-hour ride home, Hicks was conned in an Adelaide prison for the required 9 to 13 months, emerging a few weeks after Prime Minister Howard left OCE. Waiting outside the gates was a small crowd of supporters with banners reading "This could have been your son." His lawyer later read a statement on his behalf to reporters, who had kept a round-the-clock vigil. "I had hoped to be able to speak to the media, but I am just not strong enough at the moment." Within 18 months, however, Hicks had moved to Sydney, got work in a landscaping nursery, and married. At the ceremony, in suburban Sydney, the bride, a doctoral student at Sydney University, glowed in a white veil, while Hicks was elegant in a black coat and white silk cravat. Major Maury was spotted in the crowd, though still suffering memory lapses, anxiety attacks, torturous nightmares, and speech defects from 6 years incarceration, much of it in solitary. Hicks found his voice and won a book contract from Random House. Working alone for 2 years, he wrote a 400-page memoir with taut narrative and clear prose that belied his formal status as a high school dropout. Appearing at the Sydney Writers' Festival to promote the book in May 2011, Hicks and his father received a standing ovation from the crowd of nearly 1,000 supporters. A long line of adoring readers formed for autographed copies of Guantanamo, My Journey. In retrospect, the case of David Hicks challenges the logic underlying the Guantanamo legal regime. For more than 20 years, the military commissions failed to present any evidence that he was guilty of the original charges of murder and terrorism. Indeed, prosecutors close to the case felt that the attempt to prosecute Hicks raised serious questions about the quality of justice before the commissions. After 20 years and 4 months of incarceration, the court was ultimately forced to OER Hicks a light 9-month sentence that mocked the gravity of those original capital charges. And the role of Prime Minister Howard and Vice President Cheney in negotiating the NAL plea bargain indicates that Hicks's prosecution was, from beginning to end, a political show trial, badly scripted and badly acted. Beyond Hicks, the military commissions proved a misguided attempt at creating a new system of presidential justice. After 2 centuries of U.S. civil courts and a half-century of military justice, the Bush administration tried to create a third, hybrid system without allowing sufficient time to develop rules of evidence, precedents, and procedures. After 8 years of operation, the commissions managed to complete only 4 trials by mid-2010, with 4 convictions and a dismissal, a pathetic record of justice delayed and denied. Salim Hamdan was convicted in August 2008 and sent home to Yemen, where he was soon released. Another Yemeni, Ali Hamza Ahmed Suleiman al-Balal, was sentenced to life imprisonment in November of that year. Charges against the teenage captive Mohammed Javad were dismissed in July 2009. And a Sudanese captured in Afghanistan, Ibrahim Ahmed Mahmoud al-Kosi, was convicted a year later. When Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and 4 other top terrorists were arraigned at Guantanamo in May 2012, the Navy's former top JAG expressed strong doubts that the military commissions would, despite reforms under Obama, ever get credibility back. This was a dismal record of judicial efficiency by any standard, but particularly for a lavishly funded court with a legion of judges, prosecutors, translators, intelligence officers, and prison guards. The JAG defense lawyers who fought this compromised court were punished for their probity, with Major Maury denied promotion for 3 years and Lieutenant Commander Swift forced into early retirement whenever the sovereign, whether Charles I or Bush the Younger, creates a court beholden to his executive authority. The result is a legal proceeding that, as one British law lord put it, makes a mockery of justice. As for Hicks himself, his behavior in the 4 years since his release seems closer to that of a law-abiding citizen than anything akin to the worst of the worst, much less about as dangerous as a person can be in modern times. Then there is the question, posed at the outset of this chapter, about using Hicks as a touchstone to assay the damage that Guantanamo, as a latter-day Devil's Island, might have done to America's international standing. If the treatment of this one detainee could spark such outrage in a close ally like Australia, then we can only imagine the feelings that Guantanamo aroused in far less sympathetic Muslim nations. To gain a sense of such damage to U.S. prestige circa 2006, we can multiply all the anger and agitation over this single Australian by the 700 detainees at Guantanamo, the more than 20,000 prisoners in U.S. custody in Iraq, and the 80,000 detainees held worldwide under the global war on terror. 216. After 8 years of the war on terror under the leadership of George W. Bush, the United States was trapped in the painful politics of impunity. Despite dozens of OCHAL inquiries in the years since the Abu Ghraib photos RST exposed the abuse in April 2004, the ignominy of torture has continued to spread like a virus, infecting all who touch it. By embracing a SPECIC methodology of torture, covertly developed by the CIA over decades and graphically revealed in those Iraqi prison photos, Washington has condemned the nation to a recurring pattern of expose and cover-up that has damaged its image at home and abroad. At every stage in the country's recent move toward impunity, Dick Cheney's unapologetic claims for torture's khaki and President Barack Obama's halting retreat from promises to end the abuse, Washington is returning step by step to a contradictory policy that made torture America's secret weapon throughout the Cold War. This is by no means the RST time that a major political controversy over U.S. torture has become mired in impunity, thereby failing to punish past abuse or prevent future recurrence. Indeed, repeatedly over the past 40 years, the elusive character of the authorized tortures and their covert application have combined to defeat the country's usual processes of political reform through press expose, public protest, and congressional action, allowing the practice to persist to the present and perhaps into the future. Concealed from both Congress and the public, the CIA has spent the past half-century developing sophisticated forms of torture meant to defy investigation, prosecution, or prohibition, and so far has been remarkably successful on all those counts. After co-opting leading cognitive scientists to develop these techniques during the Cold War, the CIA then collaborated with USAID police advisors and military instructors in the dissemination of these techniques among allies across the globe. Whenever Congress or the press, psychological torture and public forgetting has exposed the agency's role in the development or propagation of torture techniques, the CIA, like state security services worldwide, has proven adept at avoiding any legal sanction. Whether in Manila or Santiago or Washington, the perpetrators and the powerful who command them can play upon the levers of state power to avoid prosecution through a political process called impunity. After each torture controversy quiets and the need again arises for such skills, security agencies can reach into their deep institutional memory to recover harsh practices supposedly erased by past reforms. Ironically, when the CIA revived its torture techniques in September 2001 after a decade-long hiatus, the memory of these methods resided in a military survival training program meant to inure U.S. soldiers against such abuse by enemy interrogators. In contrast to the bureaucratic onions and deep institutional memory of the U.S. intelligence community, the UID human rights coalitions that form at each controversy necessarily focus on the present crisis, without the resources to probe for underlying continuities of law, policy, and doctrine that are the genesis of the problem. In this unequal struggle, the critics' main weapons, congressional investigation and media expose, have proven blunt instruments, capable of stirring controversy but incapable of cutting through the complexities of law and bureaucracy to the core of the problem. Over the past 40 years, ad hoc civil society coalitions of Congress, the press, and the public have made repeated attempts to check the CIA's use of torture. Each time, they failed to pierce the veil shrouding the paradigm's elusive character and its covert application. Sometimes these exposés have been sensational, sometimes ephemeral. But all have proved unequal to the task of ending the ethos of impunity that surrounds CIA interrogation. By the time the next torture exposé erupts, these civil society groups are often a professional generation beyond the last scandal and start afresh, unaware of the continuity, the deep institutional roots underlying the current controversy. The character of torture practiced by U.S. agencies further complicates the problem. Torture by the United States is perpetrated and perpetuated through a variety of mechanisms, facilitated by the difficulties of detecting the distinctive set of psychological interrogation techniques developed by the CIA and its allies. Leaving its most permanent scars on the psyche rather than the body, these techniques are like disappearing ink, their visible trail rapidly fading. This invisibility made it easier for Cold War behavioral scientists to tease out the possibilities of such methods and for the CIA to propagate them among allies in its wars against communism and terrorism. In times of crisis, this same invisibility has lent itself well to the rationalization, normalization, and even legalization of torture. Even when such torture is discovered, this invisibility has also enabled its perpetrators and their protectors to escape prosecution. Impunity begins at the site of torture. These detention centers are closed to independent observers who might witness, document, or challenge. Responsibility for oversight falls instead to hand-picked experts, usually psychologists working for the federal government, who endorse harsh methods and assure interrogators that they will cause no serious or lasting damage. Such assurances shield perpetrators from charges of intentional abuse, a criterion in all U.S. definitions of torture. Jails at these facilities, aware that they are on dangerous ground, seek approval of their methods from higher authority. At the highest level, Department of Justice lawyers painstakingly dissect torture laws to seek justification for the methods used or contemplated. Unlike most crimes, torture is defined not merely ontologically did it happen or not but by the degree of the victim's suffering. What, for example, is severe pain? What procedures are profoundly disruptive? Legal advisors seeking to give interrogators wide latitude for abuse are assiduous in exploiting all ambiguities inherent in the language of torture, indeed, of language itself. Mindful of both domestic and international laws, these lawyers mine key documents for loopholes, arguing, for example, that the Geneva Conventions do not apply to suspected terrorists because terrorist groups are not states and that the Constitution of the United States grants the President authority to permit torture. Occasionally, an investigative reporter probes, or an inside source shares damning knowledge. In the rare instances when torture is discovered, responsible agencies destroy evidence and shift operations to new facilities. The President, forced to respond to the revelations, offers pro forma apologies and blames a few individuals who acted on their own. Politicians and pundits, as if sensing the larger scope of the problem, engage in a rhetorical campaign, rationalizing harsh interrogation on grounds of national security, minimizing the suffering of victims, and portraying opponents of such severe methods as weak. Congress undertakes an investigation but rarely probes to any depth, skirting classy ed matters and stopping at sketchy allegations. The bipartisan nature of U.S. torture policy implicates leaders of both parties, a mutual responsibility that mutes criticism. Rather than pressing for the prosecution of those who authorized torture or insisting on better oversight to prevent future violations, Congress accepts government promises to reform. To the extent that the American media report these events, they quickly lose interest, curtailing coverage to chase the next scandal, sometimes serious, often frivolous. The American public soon forgets. This cycle of expose and forgetting has been repeated, with some variation, 6 times over the past 40 years. In such circumstances, history can serve as an antidote to the public forgetting that is prime requisite for such impunity. By reconstructing this past and recovering its patterns, history allows the public to discover a larger design, seeing torture as an inactive instrument for national security, impunity as the means for its persistence, and, on occasion, the past as prologue to prevention. The Phoenix Program in Vietnam. The RST of these defeats for reformers came in the aftermath of stunning revelations about the CIA's involvement in the Phoenix Program, a covert effort to destroy the communist underground in South Vietnam with torture and extrajudicial executions. The character of these secret operations RST emerged obliquely in 1969 during the investigation of Colonel Robert B. Rolt, a Special Forces commander accused, along with 6 of his subordinates, of assassinating a suspected Viet Cong spy. Although the charges were eventually dismissed, this investigation alerted the U.S. Congress and the public to the CIA's covert war against the Viet Cong, which included summary executions of suspected VC agents. After nearly 4 years of these classy ed operations, Congress and the press nally exposed the Phoenix Program in 1970, when William Colby, chief of CIA Pasai-Katayan operations in Vietnam, told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that, in 1969 alone, Phoenix had killed 6,187 members of the 75,000-strong Viet Cong underground. A year later, Colby stated before a House committee that the program had killed 20,587 Viet Cong suspects since 1968. The Saigon government provided additional GERS, attributing a total of 40,994 Viet Cong kills to the Phoenix Program. Despite these chilling statistics, both the Pentagon and the CIA insisted that Phoenix was a legitimate Pasai-Katayan program. Indeed, Colby Attlee rejected any suggestion that Phoenix was a systematic program of assassination. Other witnesses gave detailed testimony about the brutality of these operations. But Congress took no action, and the controversy, amid the pressures of an ongoing war, soon faded. While the Phoenix Program was heavily debated and congressional endings remained inconclusive, discovery of the notorious tiger cages exposed the cruelty of America's Saigon ally. In July 1970, the head of the U.S. AIDS police training program for South Vietnam was leading 2 U.S. congressmen on a tour of Con Son Prison Island when a young legislative aide, the future Senator Tom Harkin, broke away to photograph cramped, sealed concrete cells covered with steel walkways. The VE-100 prisoners Con Ned below were bruised and mutilated from beatings, denied sunlight or exercise, living in the stench of their own LTH, and pleading for water. Harkin's photographs of these horrible conditions, published in a July 1970 edition of Life magazine, served as visible icons of undeniable abuse and shocked the American people as the Vietnam War wound down to defeat. Public opinion, disturbed by reports of the harsh CIA tactics, created a momentary climate for reform. In December 1974, a New York Times investigative reporter, Seymour Hersh, revealed that the agency's Operation Chaos had conducted illegal mail intercepts and phone tapping against anti-war activists. In response to these revelations, President Gerald Ford appointed Vice President Nelson Rockefeller to investigate, and both houses of Congress formed special inquiries. Instead of stonewalling Congress as his predecessor had done, William Colby, by now CIA director, skillfully restrained these inquiries by feeding investigators just enough information to convince them that they were uncovering the whole truth. The Rockefeller Commission found that the CIA, in monitoring U.S. citizens, had done things that should be criticized but did not recommend any sanctions, since the agency claimed to have reformed itself. Alone among these inquiries, The U.S. Senate Select Committee to Study Intelligence Activities, led by Senator Frank Church, held hearings that probed aggressively in certain areas, notably assassination and destabilization operations. But a later history of the agency found that the Senate's inquiries into the CIA's drug experiments and subsequent torture training programs did not go beyond the anecdotal and superficial. Though these Senate hearings inspired 4 well-documented books on the CIA's mind control experiments, there was no internal investigation or criminal prosecution of culpable officials. I thought in 1978, when our books were appearing, when we were doing media work all over the world, recalled Alan SCHEN, author of The Mind Manipulators, that we would nally get the story out, the vaults would be cleansed, the victims would learn their identities, the story would become part of history, and the people who had been injured could seek recompense. Instead, what happened was the Great Void. Trying to explain why the CIA's accomplices in torture had escaped examination, author A.J. Langguth concluded, Senator Frank Church tried to force some admissions, but his witnesses sidestepped his sketchy allegations. Given the willingness of Congress to accept the CIA's alibis about national security, I don't think any other public hearing would fare better. To correct the Senate's fragmentary picture of the extent to which the agency was engaged in behavior control research, in 1977, the New York Times published a major investigation into what it called a secret, 25-year, $25 million effort by the Central Intelligence Agency to learn how to control the human mind. From 1948 to 1973, the agency had worked through distinguished scientists to test drugs, hypnosis, and sensory deprivation on unwitting subjects in hospitals, prisons, and psychiatric clinics. Behind a cloak of secrecy, the agency was able to assemble an extensive network of non-government scientists and facilities, apparently without the knowledge of the institutions where the facilities were located. According to a report by the CIA Inspector General completed in 1957, the agency had added difficulty in obtaining expert services, since some experiments are considered to be professionally unethical and in some instances border on the illegal. Although the Times report corrected the historical record, the drama of congressional investigation had already faded, and, in the end, this front-page expose had little lasting impact. Even after these revelations about the CIA's mind control experiments and its Phoenix program, there was still a deep, almost inexplicable silence in America over the issue of torture. In 1977, for example, former CIA agent Frank Snepp published a best-selling memoir of his Vietnam experience, recounting, in graphic detail, the months he spent torturing a captured North Vietnamese coder, Nguyen Van Thi. Just as the Chanel interrogator in George Orwell's 1984 broke the antihero Wilson by discovering his fear of rats, so CIA and Vietnamese interrogators found that this dedicated communist coder had one psychic physical, a deep fear of cold. For more than 4 years, the CIA, using its torture technique of sensory deprivation, kept Thi under the intense psychological pressure of solitary confinement, locked inside an all-white, windowless room with just one feature, heavy-duty air conditioners. These CIA textbook techniques narrowly seemed to work, and the dossier began to grow as Thi, enticed by Snepp's hints of release, began talking, although much of the information he gave was probably calculated disinformation. Just before Saigon fell, however, a senior CIA official suggested that Thi should be disappeared, and, Snepp claims, Thi was loaded onto an airplane and thrown out over the South China Sea. But did he actually die? In fact, as the CIA later reported, the South Vietnamese intelligence agents assigned to do the assassination were in Saigon. In the chaos, Nguyen Van Thi survived, later serving in the National Assembly and receiving his country's highest wartime decoration by his references to an American specialist in interrogation, the elaborate sensory deprivation, and the efforts to induce personality regression. Snepp provided unmistakable clues that the CIA had developed sophisticated torture techniques. But the press focused on his titillating tales of political intrigue and ignored these indications that the CIA was engaged in torture. There was, moreover, an important lesson from this tale that eluded even Snepp. According To another CIA officer, Merle Pribanow, even though the South Vietnamese tortured Thai with electric shock, beat him with clubs, poured water down his nose while his mouth was gagged, and kept him tied to a stool for days at a time without food or water, he admitted his identity but nothing more. Transferred to American control and CONNET in the White Room, Thai told CIA interrogators like Snap things they already knew, or that were not sensitive, while staying vigilant to protect public security's deepest secrets, the identities of its spies, agents, and assassins. In 1999, Nguyen Van Thai published his memoirs, describing how he resisted years of unrelenting interrogation by some of the CIA's most skilled, and South Vietnam's most brutal, interrogators. In short, Snap may have thought he was getting real information from Thai with sophisticated psychological torture. But this victim manipulated everyone, Americans and South Vietnamese alike, to ensure his survival and the security of his organization. Torture training in Latin America. Although the Phoenix program was the agency's largest interrogation effort, it was exposés of CIA operations in Latin America that prompted a Senate attempt to end U.S. torture training altogether. Ironically, this story broke in August 1970, when the New York Times reported that the Tupamaro urban guerrillas in Montevideo had kidnapped Dan A. Mitrian, an American police advisor for the OCE of Public Safety. Early reports described Mitrian as an ordinary family man from Indiana who headed the public safety program in Uruguay that operated under the U.S. Agency for International Development, promoting responsible and humane police administration. In fact, OPS was a collaborative effort by USAID and its silent partner, the CIA, to train Third World police for counterinsurgency, including harsh interrogation. Only days after Mitrian's emotional funeral in his hometown of Richmond, Indiana, a senior Uruguayan police official, Alejandro Otero, told the Jornal do Brasil that this American had used violent techniques of torture and repression, charges that the U.S. Embassy in Montevideo called absolutely false. 8 years later, however, a Cuban double agent, Manuel Javier Cosculluela, who had joined the CIA and worked with Mitrian in Montevideo, published a book describing this American as a master torturer. Mitrian's motto, said Javier, was the right pain in the right place at the right time. At a 1970 seminar for Uruguayan police trainees, the American tortured 4 beggars to death with electric shocks to demonstrate his techniques. Over drinks at home, Mitrian gave Javier a summary of his methods, which showed the inions of the CIA's psychological paradigm. He said he considered interrogation to be a complex art. The objective was to humiliate the victim, separating him from reality, making him feel defenseless. No questions, just blows and insults. Then silent blows. Significantly, the Cuban charged that Mitrian's deputy in the Montevideo Public Safety OCE was William Cantrell, a CIA agent just months before Mitrian's death in Uruguay. An unsettling convergence of U.S. police training in Brazil and evidence of police torture there narrowly raised questions before Congress. In May 1971, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee summoned the head of the U.S. OCE of Public Safety for Brazil, Theodore D. Brown, who attempted to explain away this disturbing coincidence 4 years later. However, congressional investigations led by Senator James Aburrezk found widespread allegations that the OPS program was training torturers in the Latin American police. Concerned about these persistent reports, Congress narrowly cut all funds effective July 1975 for training or advice to police, prisons, or other law enforcement, in EECT, abolishing the OCE of Public Safety. Many of the ordinary USAID public safety officers soon found themselves disavowed, discredited, and unemployed. Though these reforms were well-intentioned, Congress had failed to probe for the source of this torture training. By the time the Senate started investigating the OCE of Public Safety, focusing on failures in USAID's administration, the CIA had already stopped using that program as a cover and shifted its torture training to the U.S. Army's Military Assistance Program, denied access to Latin American police after the abolition of OPS in 1975. the CIA would henceforth work through U.S. military advisors to train Allied armies in interrogation and pacification. Controversy over Central America. During the last decade of the Cold War in the 1980s, media probes and congressional pressure led to some surprising revelations about the extent of CIA torture training in Latin America. While congressional inquiries in the 1970s had been inconclusive, these later investigations established unequivocally that the agency had taught military interrogators throughout the region, propagating the systematic tortures that were the hallmark of its dictatorships. In 1988, only 2 years after a CIA training program in Honduras had ended, James Lemoyne, a reporter for the New York Times, uncovered the extent of the agency's role in that country's brutal counterinsurgency, producing another cycle of public concern and ochale indifference. As civil warfare intensified in Honduras during the late 1970s, the CIA imported Argentine officers, veterans of that nation's dirty war, to train local army interrogators and sent Honduran soldiers to the United States for instruction by its own experts. I was taken to Texas with 24 others for 6 months between 1979 and 1980, Sergeant Florencio Caballero told Lemoyne. There was an American Army captain there and men from the CIA. The sergeant knew the chief CIA instructor only as a Mr. Bill who had served in Vietnam. Sergeant Caballero said the American officers taught me interrogation in order to end physical torture in Honduras. They taught us psychological methods to study the fears and weaknesses of a prisoner. Make him stand up, don't let him sleep, keep him naked and isolated, put rats and cockroaches in his cell, give him bad food, serve him dead animals, throw cold water on him, change the temperature. After their training, these soldiers joined Battalion 316, a special Honduran Army intelligence unit supported by the CIA and organized by Colonel Gustavo Alvarez Martinez, a vitriolic anti-communist. Trained in Argentina, who commanded both the National Police and a private death squad. One of those tortured by Sergeant Caballero's unit, a young Marxist named Inés Murillo, recalled her 80 days of torture in an interview with the New York Times. Following her capture in 1983, she was taken to a secret army safe house in the town of San Pedro Sula, where she was stripped naked and subjected to electrical shocks for 30 days. Then, she was moved to a second, secret prison near Tegucigalpa, where her questioners, following the CIA's more reneged psychological methods, gave her raw dead birds and rats for dinner, threw freezing water on her naked body every half hour for extended periods and made her stand for hours without sleep and without being allowed to urinate. Although CIA agents visited both prisons and interrogated the prisoners, it is not clear whether they knew about these abusive practices and tolerated them. Sergeant Caballero said that the Americans didn't accept physical torture, but the CIA backed the rise of Colonel Alvarez to command the army, even though another Honduran colonel had denounced him as a killer at a press conference in 1982. Indeed, U.S. Ambassador John D. Negroponte told the Times that Colonel Alvarez was a hard man but an active officer who was needed in a country where Marxist guerrillas are organizing. Another U.S. official was blunt about the torture, saying, "The CIA knew what was going on, and the ambassador complained sometimes. But most of the time they'd look the other way." This New York Times expose of the CIA's role in Honduras prompted a congressional inquiry that, though somewhat cursory, revealed for the first time the existence of the agency's torture training manuals. When the U.S. Senate's Select Committee on Intelligence, responsible for legislative oversight of the CIA, met in closed session to review the allegations in June 1988, its chair, Senator David Boren, stated that, in the course of the CIA's internal review, several interrogation training manuals, including one used to train the Hondurans, had been uncovered. In Boren's view, the techniques in these manuals were completely contrary to the principles and policies of the United States. In secret testimony before the committee, the CIA's Deputy Director for Operations, Richard Stahls, confirmed the essential accuracy of the New York Times story, admitting that Caballero did indeed attend a CIA Human Resources Exploitation or Interrogation course from February 8 to March 13, 1983. This VE-week course, held in Honduras, featured 2 weeks of practical exercises which included the questioning of actual prisoners by the students. The chief instructor, Senator Boren added, was an experienced CIA trainer, and, some months later, one of his colleagues drew upon this man's accumulated materials and compiled the manual, producing the Human Resources Exploitation Training Manual 1983. This CIA trainer, Stahls explained, had prepared the course lesson plan based on his own experience in the U.S. Army and on various other material acquired over the course of career. But the basic techniques were, he said, assembled back in March of 1964, an apparent reference to the CIA's original Kubark manual, deftly evading any further discussion of past CIA research into interrogation. Stahls implied that the CIA had already reformed itself from within. He said that, 3 years earlier in 1985, senior agency officers had ordered revisions to the Honduras manual and related CIA training policy actions, in fact, taken only after damaging press exposés about the CIA's counterinsurgency training in Central America, described in Chapter 1, had forced the agency to modify its interrogation policy. The manual's new text, Stahls insisted, banned interrogation which results in the use of force, mental or physical torture, demeaning indignities, or exposure to inhumane treatment of any kind as an aid to interrogation. But Senator Alan Cranston pointed out that the manual stated explicitly that there are times when you should use coercive methods. Nonetheless, Stahls argued that we were not talking anything about the kind of coercive methods that was alleged in the Times article. Instead, he explained, we are talking about sitting in a chair on a stool for a long period of time, some sensory deprivations, sounds, and some techniques that, while it might appear harsh, were certainly not anything like what was alleged in the article. Then Senator Bill Bradley launched into an aggressive cross-examination of this witness about the article's accuracy, revealing both the broad outlines of the CIA's psychological paradigm and the committee's ignorance of its sophisticated methods. Senator Bradley, denying sleep. Mr. Stahls, yes, there was some denied sleep. Senator Bradley, making them stand up. Mr. Stahls, yes. Senator Bradley, so making him stand up, denying him sleep, keeping him naked? Mr. Stahls, no. D. Nightly not. Senator Bradley, rats? Mr. Stahls, no rats. Senator Bradley, where it says, the CIA taught us psychological methods, to study the fears and weaknesses of the prisoner, make him stand up, yes, don't let him sleep, yes. Keep him naked and isolated. Mr. Stahls, no. Senator Bradley, isolated. Mr. Stahls, well, yes, the answer is yes. Senator Bradley, naked no. Isolated yes. Mr. Stahls, right. Senator Bradley, changed the temperature? Mr. Stahls, I don't know the answer to that. That's not impossible. A moment later, apparently aware that he had stumbled onto something larger than a few training manuals, Senator Bradley demanded to know, who was in charge of all this? Prior to 1984. Mr. Stahls' 4-line reply is blacked out in his closing remarks. Stahls assured the senators that the CIA's Inspector General would conduct a prompt review of these allegations, a review that, if ever completed, has not been released. Sine Cantley, a fact sheet prepared for the committee showed that U.S. Army Special Forces had conducted at least 7 human resources exploitation courses in Latin America between 1982 and 1987, confirming that the CIA had indeed shifted its interrogation training from police advisors to U.S. Army instructors after Congress abolished OPS in 1975. Although the leading U.S. newspaper had published a detailed report of CIA torture training, Congress was, as this committee demonstrated, still unwilling to expose the agency's human rights violations, much less to press for prosecution. Under the national security pressures of the Cold War, CIA torture training had again eluded serious reform. Beyond the Cold War, while Washington was tacitly tolerating torture by its Third World allies, several European civil society groups launched a global movement to check the spreading abuse of human rights that would, in coming decades, complicate this U.S. policy. Concerned about the proliferation of abuse by authoritarian regimes, the international community proposed treaties to ban the practice and therapy to treat its victims. In 1972, Amnesty International asked the medical profession to assist its campaign against torture. In response, a group of Danish doctors examined Greek and Chilean refugees for forensic medical evidence about the after-effects of torture and discovered that they suffered from persistent post-traumatic stress disorder. Of the 200 victims treated, Danish doctors found that nearly 70% still had mental symptoms at the time of examination many years after their torture, including nightmares, depression, panic attacks, and low energy. But the victims could recover with the right therapy. By 1982, these discoveries inspired the founding of Copenhagen's Rehabilitation and Research Center for Torture Victims, which, within a decade, had formed a global network of clinics and developed a regimen to treat 48,000 victims annually. These efforts broadened medical understanding of both physical and psychological torture while building international support for its abolition. After years of such global grassroots agitation, the UN General Assembly finally adopted the Convention Against Torture in December 1984, deeming this crime broadly, under Article 1, as any act by which severe pain or suffering, whether physical or mental, is intentionally inflicted on a person for such purpose as obtaining from him or a third person information or a confession. Approved by a unanimous vote of the UN General Assembly, the convention created enormous international pressure for compliance. Consequently, President Ronald Reagan sent it to Congress in 1988 with a ringing endorsement invoking our desire to bring an end to the abhorrent practice of torture. Simultaneously, however, the administration proposed a record number of reservations that would stall ratification in the Senate for the next 6 years. When the Cold War came to a close, Washington retracted its torture training and resumed its advocacy of human rights. In 1991, Congress passed the Torture Victim Protection Act to allow civil suits against any foreign perpetrators who enter U.S. jurisdiction. A year later, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney, as noted in Chapter 1, ordered the recall and destruction of interrogation manuals that the U.S. Army had used to train Latin American militaries in illegal methods. At the 1993 Vienna Human Rights Conference, Washington revived its vigorous advocacy of a universal standard for human rights. Opposing the exceptions for regional peculiarities favored by dictatorships such as China and Indonesia after years of delay, in 1994 the Clinton administration finally ratified the UN Convention Against Torture, which banned, in equal measure, both physical and psychological methods. On the surface, the United States had seemingly resolved the contradiction between its anti-torture principles and its torture practices. Yet, when this liberal president sent the UN Convention to Congress for ratification, he included the exculpatory language, written into the original reservation 6 years earlier by the conservative Reagan administration, that exempted the United States from particular aspects of the convention, widened the loopholes for torture, and introduced new ambiguities that would shield perpetrators from prosecution. The UN Convention described the victim's experience in the broadest possible terms as severe pain or suffering, whether physical or mental, and the parties to the convention made no attempt to identify the acts that could be expected to result in such acts. While the United States was content to leave severe physical pain or suffering undenied, it zeroed in anxiously on just one word in the UN document's 26 printed pages. That word was mental. In a significant departure from the UN Convention, this U.S. reservation stated that, in order to constitute torture, an act must be specifically intended to inflict severe physical or mental pain. By referring to acts specifically intended, this diplomatic reservation narrowed the UN Convention's inclusive definition of torture as any act that intentionally inflicts pain. In EECT, the U.S. language, in both the reservation and subsequent legislation, served to expand the element of intent already present in the UN Convention and inserted a series of quali ers so ambiguous as to encourage evasion and endless debate. Unlike the UN Convention, the US reservation went on to list just 4 acts that, if resulting in prolonged mental harm, would be considered torture. The intentional infliction or threatened infliction of severe physical pain or suffering, the administration or application, or threatened administration or application, of mind-altering substances or other procedures calculated to disrupt profoundly the senses or the personality, the threat of imminent death, or the threat that another person will imminently be subjected to death, severe physical pain or suffering, or the administration or application of mind-altering substances or other procedures calculated to disrupt profoundly the senses or personality. Through subtle changes in the UN's original language, these 4 specifications both narrowed and muddled the US requisites for a ending of mental torture. Instead of the UN's clear standard of severe pain or suffering for an act to constitute torture, the US reservations required prolonged mental 29 tal harm. This was a quantum leap beyond mere suffering to a far higher standard of long-term harm to the mind, presumably by damaging basic cognitive functions. But what actually constituted harm? The US law was silent. And how much time must pass before a victim's harm would be considered sufficiently prolonged to bring charges of torture? Again, the law was silent. Apart from the law's silence, there was neither a body of case law nor any published standard, medical or legal, that could answer these questions. Not only was the phrase ambiguous, it was ambiguous in ways that bought in denied time for torturers and their protectors to avoid any accounting for their actions. The juxtaposition of prolonged mental harm with the phrase disrupt profoundly the senses effectively muddled the broader U.S. prohibition on other procedures calculated to disrupt profoundly the senses or the personality. By barring these 4 specific acts and introducing an element of ambiguity into the ban on other procedures, the reservation opened large loopholes that could permit CIA's later use of psychological techniques such as sensory deprivation or self-inflicted pain. Moreover, by reference to intentional infliction of pain and to procedures calculated to disrupt profoundly the senses or the personality, the U.S. reservation also reinforced the exculpatory element of intent. As we have seen in previous chapters, each of the techniques developed by the CIA over the decades, from sensory deprivation to self-inflicted pain to waterboarding, meets this standard in that it profoundly disrupts the sense or the personality. And each is calculated to do so, in that the agency developed these methods for this express purpose. Although the history of CIA experimentation and propagation reveals clear intent at the institutional level, an individual interrogator could claim ignorance of this history, a claim that can acquire greater potency when the interrogator has received assurances about legality of his methods from OCHAL experts, attorneys, or psychologists. These intricately constructed reservations thus serve to read any torture, at least for the United States, in ways that would offer sufficient latitude for the continuation of the psychological techniques the CIA had developed and propagated for the previous 40 years. Moreover, the Clinton administration reproduced this exculpatory language verbatim in domestic legislation enacted to give legal force to the UN Convention RST in Section 2340 of the Federal Code and later in the U.S. War Crimes Act of 1996. This legal legerdemain reduced the force of stipulations in the latter law that any American, civilian or military, who commits war crimes, including torture, shall be net under this title or imprisoned for life or any term of years, or both, and if death results to the victim, shall also be subject to the penalty of death. 230. Ultimately, however, it was this little-known part of the law, Section 2340, that shaped future U.S. interrogation policy, opening loopholes sufficient for the CIA's use of psychological torture after September 2001. Adopting the reservation's language, this law dened torture, in convoluted syntax, as an act committed by a person acting under the color of law specifically intended to inflict severe physical or mental pain or suffering upon another person within his custody or physical control. Although court rulings about the meaning of specifically intended were ambiguous and inconsistent, the Bush Justice Department could still end in a 2004 memo, that if an individual acted in good faith, it appears unlikely that he would have the specific intent necessary to violate sections 2340, 2340A, an interpretation that privileged the perpetrator who remains the best arbiter of his own good faith. Copying verbatim from the U.S. Diplomatic Reservation, Section 2340 then listed the 4 specific acts that must cause prolonged mental harm to become torture, including other procedures calculated to disrupt profoundly the senses. Instead of the UN's phrase intentionally enticed, this U.S. law required that, for an act to constitute psychological torture, it must be specifically intended to incite prolonged mental harm by procedures calculated to disrupt profoundly the senses. If any pain enticed through CIA techniques, no matter how severe, was not calculated or intentional, and intent here resided solely in the mind of the perpetrator, then torture was not torture. By placing the burden of proof on the perpetrator's interpretation of his own intentions rather than on the objective consequences of his actions, the larger EECT of Section 2340 and other U.S. laws was to OER ample grounds for exculpation. Indeed, just 6 years later, the Bush Justice Department would exploit all these ambiguities time and again, as we will see below, in documents such as its iconic August 2002 torture memo to rule the abuse of detainees permissible under U.S. law. While Congress enacted legislation loaded with loopholes, the U.S. military moved decisively to make its interrogation doctrine clear, comprehensible, and fully compliant with the UN and Geneva Conventions. In September 1992, U.S. Army's Intelligence Center at Fort Huachuca issued a revised ELD manual, FM 34-52, Intelligence Interrogation, using its recent experience in the Gulf War to move interrogation into the 21st century. Most important, the manual OER'd an inclusive definition of torture, absent all the quali-ERS later found in Section 2340, that read, physical or mental torture and coercion revolve around eliminating the source's free will. Torture is defined as the infliction of intense pain to body or mind to extract a confession or information, or for sadistic pleasure. Instead of Section 2340's limitation of torture to 231. Specific techniques, the Army Manual OER'd broad guidelines. Examples of physical torture include electric shock, infliction of pain through chemicals or bondage, forcing an individual to stand, sit, or kneel in abnormal positions for prolonged period of time, food deprivation, any form of beating. Similarly, examples of mental torture include mock executions, abnormal sleep deprivation, chemically induced psychosis. In marked contrast to the latitude for mental abuse granted in Section 2340, the Army also warned that the psychological techniques in this manual should neither be confused with, nor construed to be synonymous with, unauthorized techniques such as brainwashing, physical or mental torture, or any other form of mental coercion. Indeed, the Army Manual, unlike U.S. laws, omitted the perpetrator's intention as a requisite for torture, did not limit torture to particular techniques, and made the infliction of intense pain the sole criterion for transgression. Taking full cognizance of international law, the Army Manual cited the Geneva Conventions on both combatants and civilians to declare, categorically, that physical or mental torture and coercion revolve around eliminating the source's free will, and are expressly prohibited. The manual also stated that torture yields unreliable results, may damage subsequent collection efforts, and can induce the source to say what he thinks the interrogator wants to hear. Not only is the yield low, but the consequences are grave. Revelation of use of torture by U.S. personnel will, the manual warns, bring discredit upon the U.S. and its armed forces while undermining domestic and international support for the war effort. The sum of these civil and military reforms produced a contradictory conclusion to the Cold War. Congress had ratified the UN Anti-Torture Convention in ways that legitimate psychological torture under U.S. criminal law, while the army was complying fully with the Geneva Conventions by making mental as well as physical torture a crime under the U.S. Uniform Code of Military Justice. By the late 1990s, Washington had buried these contradictions: U.S. Civil Law versus Military Justice, and U.S. Criminal Code versus UN Convention, only to have them explode with such phenomenal force, just 10 years later, in the Abu Ghraib controversy. Civil society protests. Although civil society could not fully grasp these contradictions in the historical moment, the country's dwindling community of peace activists sensed something amiss. Throughout the 1990s, an informal alliance of press and 232 peace advocates engaged this ambiguity in a tactful manner as civil society struggled to correct excesses that remained from the Cold War. Public advocacy of human rights and OCHAL secrecy over their violation collided, most notably in a long-running controversy about torture instruction at the School of the Americas, the U.S. Army's training facility for Latin American officers, which had operated in Panama since 1949 as part of Washington's withdrawal from the Canal Zone. The school moved to Fort Benning, Georgia, in 1984, bringing the facility within striking distance of the U.S. peace movement. Activists pressed for the abolition of this school of assassins by staging an annual demonstration outside the base each November, led by Catholic activists, Hollywood stars such as Martin Sheen, and Washington liberals such as Representative Joseph P. Kennedy too. Sharpening the criticism of U.S. relations with Latin American militaries, Jennifer Harberry, a Harvard-trained lawyer, demanded the truth about the disappearance of her husband, a Guatemalan rebel last seen being tortured inside a military jail. Her quiet eloquence and long fast outside the White House translated this complex issue into a single, comprehensible human loss with its mix of celebrity and idealism. The peace movement served as the catalyst for further disclosures about U.S. torture training. Representative Robert Torricelli charged that Harberry's husband had been murdered by a Guatemalan colonel in the CIA's employ, prompting an investigation by the President's Intelligence Oversight Board. In June 1996, the board reported that the School of the Americas and U.S. Southern Command had used improper instruction materials in training Latin American officers, including Guatemalans, from 1982 to 1991, with passages that condoned executions of guerrillas, extortion, physical abuse, coercion, and false imprisonment. In these same years, the national press exposed the nature of this U.S. torture training to public scrutiny. After interviewing Honduran veterans of the CIA-trained Battalion 316, the Baltimore Sun published a 3-part report in June 1995 detailing the agency's brutal torture techniques. "The RST thing we would say is that we know your mother, your younger brother," said Jose Barrera, recalling the methods the CIA had taught them. "And better you cooperate, because if you don't, we're going to bring them in and rape them and torture them and kill them." Over the next 2 years, moreover, the Baltimore Sun's Freedom of Information requests forced both the CIA and the Pentagon to release manuals compiled during the 1980s to train Latin American militaries in pacification and interrogation. In September 1996, the Washington Post reported that 6 manuals, totaling 1,100 pages, distributed to Latin American military 0233. SARS. From 1982 to 1991 advocated executions, torture, blackmail and other forms of coercion against insurgents. According to a Pentagon summary, intelligence agents were trained to employ fear, payment of bounties for enemy dead, beatings, false imprisonment, executions and the use of truth serum. Another text, titled Handling of Sources, suggested that intelligence operatives could deal with a die-cult asset by causing the arrest of the employee's parents, imprison the employee or give him a beating. A year later, when the CIA released related documents to avoid litigation, the national press published extracts from the agency's Human Resources Exploitation Manual 1983, describing it as an interrogation handbook the agency had distributed to at least VE Latin American armies. While we do not stress the use of coercive techniques, we do want to make you aware of them and the proper way to use them, read the manuals, in this way implicitly condoning these harsh methods. The threat to ICT pain may trigger fears more damaging than the immediate sensation of pain, the text explained. In fact, most people underestimate their capacity to withstand pain. Advising against direct physical brutality, the CIA text said that the torture situation is an external ICT, a contest between the subject and his tormentor. By manipulating time, disrupting sleep, and enforcing rigid standing or sitting positions, the interrogator could drive the subject deeper and deeper into himself, until he no longer is able to control his responses in an adult fashion. Sine Cantley, in its coverage of this manual's release in January 1997, the New York Times reported that the CIA's OCE of Public Affairs had acknowledged for the RST time today the agency's prior teaching and subsequent repudiation of psychological torture. Although these press descriptions of the CIA's use of mental torture were chilling, the public reaction was muted. Citizens and civic groups remained silent. Very few editorials called for investigation. Congress did not react. Throughout 3 decades of intermittent exposé and public protest, the press and public had focused on sensational excesses such as assassination and physical abuse, leaving the more complex issue of psychological torture largely unexamined. In EECT, this public debate complemented the Clinton administration's resolution of the torture question in the aftermath of the Cold War, purging the Phoenix-style physical abuse but preserving, through loopholes in U.S. anti-torture laws, the original CIA psychological paradigm. Through the combined failings of state and civil society, America entered the 20th century with these contradictions unresolved. In their aura of triumph after the Cold War, Americans seemed to view the New World Order with a certain self-congratulation, reaching out into troubled regions beyond the country's borders to support democratic transitions with 234. Funds for electoral reform, press freedom, and human rights. But Americans did not, perhaps could not, ask whether getting the Cold War abroad might have damaged democracy at home and the nation's adherence to human rights abroad. Absent any searching examination or binding reforms to restrain U.S. intelligence agencies, the torture doctrines developed during the Cold War lay fallow through the peaceful 1990s, ready to be revived in any future crisis, as indeed they would be in the traumatic aftermath of 9/11. War on Terror, War of Torture. In the months after the 9/11 terrorist attacks, Bush administration attorneys produced a series of recondite legal memos for the president that asserted his exemption from laws barring torture and aired an expansive view of executive power. In times of war, these neoconservative lawyers argued, the president should be able to set aside all domestic laws or international treaties to defend the nation, correcting what Vice President Cheney condemned as the unwise compromises over the last 30 to 35 years that have eroded the powers of the President of the United States to do his job. In EECT, these White House legal advisors argued that the unitary executive was the preeminent branch of government, challenging the constitutional principle that the presidency is one of 3 co-equal branches. John Yoo, a University of California law professor who had served in the Bush Justice Department, asserted that the founders intended that wrong-headed or obsolete legislation and judicial decisions would be checked by presidential action. Drawing on these advisors, President Bush ordered, in February 2002, that the Geneva Conventions on Treatment of Prisoners of War would not apply to members of the terrorist group Al-Qaeda on the grounds that it was not a high contracting party, that is, a state, and that the war against terrorism ushers in a new paradigm. While admitting that our values as a nation call for us to treat detainees humanely, the President's memo made clear that the United States acted on these values only through its good graces, not as a matter of legal necessity. The White House also permitted the CIA to open overseas prisons and approved enhanced interrogation methods designed by agency psychologists, including waterboarding. To develop these techniques, psychologists working for the CIA reverse-engineered the military's SEER survival training, which remained the U.S. government's sole institutional memory of the early CIA interrogation research done during the 1950s. Military psychologists who had spent years doing SEER training for American soldiers were seconded to 235. The CIA, where they upped these defensive methods for offensive use on Al-Qaeda captives. They sought to render the detainees vulnerable to break down all of their senses, one O'Chale told Jane Meyer of The New Yorker. It takes a psychologist trained in this to understand these rupturing experiences. Inside CIA headquarters, O'Chales felt a high level of anxiety about possible prosecution for methods they knew to be deemed as torture under both U.S. and international law. The presence of PhD psychologists was considered a way for CIA O'Chales to skirt measures such as the Convention Against Torture. In response to White House inquiries about the legality of these techniques, Assistant Attorney General J. Bybee and his subordinate John Yoo found grounds, in their now notorious August 2002 memo, for exculpating any CIA interrogator who tortured but later claimed that his intention was obtaining information, not inflicting pain. Using the loopholes encoded in Section 2340 of the Federal Code and the U.S. War Crimes Act, the authors added that, if a defendant acts with the good faith belief that his actions will not cause such suffering, he has not acted with specific intent, and good faith may be established by, among other things, the reliance on the advice of experts. Thus, it was necessary only to produce some experts in this instance, personnel with medical training who would assure the agents that the methods employed would not result in severe or prolonged mental harm. These Justice Department lawyers were not only aggressive in their advocacy of torture, they were also meticulous in laying the legal groundwork for a later impunity. In addition to his August 2002 memo, Bybee also wrote secret guidelines that approved all 10 of the agency's proposed interrogation techniques, including attention grasp, walling, facial hold, facial slap, cramped confinement, wall standing, stress positions, sleep deprivation, insects placed in a confinement box, and the waterboard. To immunize agents who used the last and most severe of these methods, Bybee cited a contract psychologist at a CIA black site in Thailand who felt, on the basis of his experience as a SEER instructor who had subjected 10,000 Air Force recruits to waterboarding, that its long-term psychological effects are certainly minimal. Even though Bybee himself found that the use of the waterboard constitutes a threat of imminent death, it could still be considered legal because, first, it did not cause prolonged mental harm, lasting months or years, and, second, those carrying out these procedures would not have the specific intent to inflict severe physical pain or suffering. One CIA lawyer reportedly called Bybee's memos a golden shield against any future prosecution. 3 years later, in May 2005, Deputy Assistant Attorney General Stephen Bradbury replicated this exculpatory logic in 3 detailed torture memos. 236. Citing the U.S. diplomatic reservation to the UN Convention and Section 2340 to argue that waterboarding was perfectly legal because the technique is not physically painful and nothing suggests that the detainee would be expected to suffer any prolonged mental harm. Again, the administration lawyers mentioned reliance on experts. Psychologists who monitor the detainee's mental condition were on hand to assure interrogators that they were causing no severe or prolonged harm, thus providing the shield of ignorance required to act in good faith and with no intent to hurt anyone. As for sleep deprivation, physicians from the CIA's OCE of Medical Services had assured Justice, Bradbury added, that no profound disruption would result. Even if such disruption did occur, the lawyers insisted, we do not believe it tenable to conclude in such circumstances that the use of sleep deprivation could be said to be calculated to cause such profound disruption, a ending they based on the definition of calculate in Webster's Third Dictionary after careful legal review at Justice and CIA. All these enhanced techniques were, Bradbury counseled confidently, unlikely to be subject to judicial inquiry. Since he drafted these memos long after the worst abuse was over, Bradbury's apparent aim was to provide legal cover for Bush's lawyers as they began to leave OCE. 6 months later, in November 2005, the CIA, in a complementary move to conceal evidence of earlier abuse, destroyed 92 videotapes of Al-Qaeda detainees being interrogated inside the agency's Bangkok black site in EECT. The Bush administration was laying the legal foundation for a later impunity. Bradbury's memos also indicated that the CIA had extended its psychological methods significantly under Bush in a protocol that escalated to a paroxysm of waterboarding. Indeed, agency interrogators waterboarded Abu Zubaydah at least 83 times during August 2002 and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed 183 times in March 2003. Higher up the chain of command, Attorney General John Ashcroft approved expanded use of these techniques at meetings with George Tenet, director of the CIA, in July and September 2003, even when informed that the waterboard had been used 119 times on an individual. After a parallel legal review inside the Pentagon in late 2002, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld approved 15 aggressive interrogation techniques for the military prison at Guantanamo, authorizing harsh stress positions in a handwritten note reading, "I stand for 8 to 10 hours a day." Why is standing limited to 4 hours? Simultaneously, Rumsfeld gave General Geo Ray Miller command of the new American military prison at Guantanamo with ample authority to transform it into an ad hoc psychology laboratory. Their military interrogators strengthened the psychological assault, moving beyond an attack on the senses to exploit the individual psyche and the cultural identity. 237. Of Arab detainees. After General Miller visited Iraq in September 2003, the U.S. commander, General Ricardo Sanchez, ordered Guantanamo-style abuse at Abu Ghraib prison. The Defense Department, like other Bush administration agencies, was careful to ensure impunity for those who used its aggressive methods, even in the frenzied months of the War on Terror. In developing its expansive protocol during 2002, the Pentagon relied on the senior counsel at CIA's Counterterrorism Center, Jonathan M. Fredman, who echoed the BIBU memo of August 2002 to advise that the legal definition of torture was written vaguely and is basically subject to perception by the perpetrator. Hence, he argued that U.S. law had no real restraints on interrogation, saying bluntly, "If the detainee dies, you're doing it wrong." This legal advice was reacted in interviews the International Red Cross later conducted with prisoners. Mr. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed alleged that, in his third place of detention, one of his interrogators stated that the green light had been received from Washington to give him a hard time and that, although they would not let him die, he would be brought to the verge of death and back again. In retrospect, it seems unlikely, even counterintuitive, that interrogators would reduce the level of threat when their intent was to coerce information, unless they had been instructed by lawyers that such an explanation immunized them against later prosecution. Photos from Abu Ghraib. This seemingly strong consensus for torture as state policy evaporated with surprising speed after the media exposed conditions at Abu Ghraib prison. By early 2004, the abuse of detainees was so widespread and systematic that routine internal investigations by both the Army and the CIA began uncovering instances of serious mistreatment. Then, on April 28, 2004, CBS television broadcast just 16 of the 1,600 photos that the Army's Criminal Investigation Command had gathered as evidence of abuse at Abu Ghraib prison. Appearing on camera, Brigadier General Mark Kimmett, spokesman for General Sanchez, blamed leadership, supervision for the failings of the prison's military police, pointing an accusing finger at just one officer, General Janis Karpinski, commander of military police in Iraq. In June, more than a year after burying the CIA Inspector General's report on detainee abuse, Attorney General Ashcroft suddenly announced the indictment of a single agency contractor, David A. Passaro, for beating an Afghan detainee to death. Ashcroft branded the accused one of a small group of individuals who had betrayed America's most. 238. Basic values. Simultaneously, the Pentagon launched a series of inquiries and criminal investigations of abuse at Abu Ghraib. Ultimately, however, the upshot of a dozen inquiries and several hundred military prosecutions was a reprimand for one female general officer, Janis Karpinski, and convictions of low-ranking soldiers like Private Lindy England. These military inquiries were, in EECT, the RST step in a slow slide toward impunity. Even as they exercised extraordinary power over others, the perpetrators and the powerful who commanded them were assiduous in trying to cover their tracks, constructing complex legal justifications, destroying records of their abusive acts, and pulling upon the levers of state power to escape any culpability for their crimes. Public response to the CBS broadcast of the Abu Ghraib photos was, moreover, muted. With the Iraq War going badly and a burst of color-coded terror warnings fostering a sense of fear across America, the political climate was not conducive to such an expose. A week after the Abu Ghraib story broke, the CIA's Inspector General reported that interrogators at the agency's black sites had used improvisations ranging from the cruel to the possibly criminal, including threats to sexually abuse one detainee's female relative and to kill another's family. Even though these death threats clearly violated U.S. law, both Section 2340 and the War Crimes Act, Bush's Justice Department had already decided, symbolically on September 11, 2003, not to prosecute the agency interrogators responsible for this abuse and turned these matters over to the CIA for disposition. In the months that followed the CBS broadcast, the Abu Ghraib scandal intensified as the disturbing power of those photos unleashed a complex interplay among public and private institutions that drove the controversy relentlessly forward through two distinct phases. During the RST, from June to November 2004, the White House slowly ground down critics with its formidable powers of persuasion, moving the country by degrees toward a blanket impunity for all major actors implicated in torture at the prison. But, in the second, more intense phase of debate that followed the November presidential elections, a civil society coalition of courts, Congress, human rights groups, and the press redoubled its efforts, scoring some surprising successes in slowing the country's march toward impunity. Just hours before the CBS expose aired, on April 28, 2004, the Supreme Court had assembled for oral arguments in a detainee rights case, a coincidence that soon had far-reaching consequences in the hearing for Rumsfeld v. Padilla. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg challenged the executive's claim to exemption from judicial oversight, asking, "So what is it that would be a check against torture?" When the Deputy Solicitor General, Paul D. Clement, tried to evade the question with a bland assurance that military violators would 239 be prosecuted, the justice pressed harder, saying, "Suppose the executive says mild torture we think will help get this information." To quiet that concern, the deputy solicitor insisted that our executive would never tolerate torture, adding that in wartime you have to trust the executive to make the kind of quintessential military judgments that are involved in things like that. Within hours, the justices, like the rest of the nation, would see those photos of torture from Abu Ghraib broadcast by CBS television. In coming months, the Supreme Court would issue a series of landmark decisions requiring that executive treatment of detainees comply with international and domestic law. Responding to this deepening scandal in May and June 2004, the Bush White House issued pro forma apologies while attributing events at Abu Ghraib to a few bad apples. At a Pentagon press conference on May 4, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld stated that what has been charged thus far is abuse, which I believe technically is different from torture. When pressed, the Secretary said, "I'm not going to address the torture word." A few days later, Rumsfeld insisted that the abuses were perpetrated by a small number of U.S. military. On May 10, after the Senate unanimously condemned the violence against detainees, President Bush obliquely acknowledged the problem, stating that there would be a full accounting for the cruel and disgraceful abuse of Iraqi detainees. Speaking to the U.S. Army War College on May 24, the President promised to demolish Abu Ghraib as a symbol of disgraceful conduct by a few American troops who dishonored our country and dishonored our values and replace it with a modern, maximum security prison, as a fitting symbol of Iraq's new beginning. But the move was soon blocked by a U.S. Army judge who ordered the prison preserved as a crime scene for prosecution of accused MPs. Despite these efforts at damage control, a torrent of leaked executive documents showed that officials up and down the chain of command had condoned the brutality, from White House lawyers who dened torture narrowly to allow abuse, through Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, who ordered the harsh measures, to senior military who pressed subordinates to obtain better intelligence, all the way down to eld-grade officers and ordinary soldiers who carried out these commands, often with a steely professionalism but occasionally with a psychopathic abandon. Instead of dissolving into a typical media-free zone, the issue of torture and treatment of detainees became, for a time, the subject of a serious political debate. Throughout, the White House maneuvered with determination to preserve executive prerogatives of incarceration and interrogation. Concerned, by contrast, about the implications of these practices for the rule of law, the Human Rights Coalition mounted a sustained campaign to end prisoner abuse. The result was an epic political struggle and a 240 substantive public discussion over questions of executive powers, civil liberties, and international law. All of these political forces were soon arrayed in a battle over the Detainee Treatment Act of 2005, the RST congressional attempt to regulate interrogation. Dissatisfied with the Pentagon's refusal to punish senior officers responsible for Abu Ghraib, leading Republicans on the Senate Armed Services Committee, who were all military veterans Lindsey Graham, John McCain, and John Warner, began lobbying colleagues for legislation to limit executive authority over detainee treatment. Speaking to the Senate on July 25, 2005, John McCain moved amendments to the massive $442 billion defense appropriation that would require registration of all foreign prisoners with the International Red Cross to eliminate the problem of ghost detainees we faced in Abu Ghraib prison, establish the Army Field Manual as the uniform standard for interrogation of all prisoners, except those held by the CIA, and bar any cruel or unusual punishment. During the OR debate, Senator J.E. Sessions opposed the motion, saying the detainees were not prisoners of war, they are terrorists. But Senator McCain insisted that the issue is not about who they are. It's about who we are. In a strong statement of support for Senator McCain, 11 retired military leaders, including the former chief of the U.S. Central Command, General Joseph Hoar, urged passage of this legislation. The abuse of prisoners, they declared, hurts America's cause in the war on terror, endangers U.S. service members who might be captured by the enemy, and is anathema to the values Americans have held dear for generations. Despite a threatened White House veto and a ERS debate, the Senate voted, by a margin of 90-9, with 46 Republicans in favor, to ban cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment of anyone in U.S. custody, a stunning repudiation of Bush's interrogation policy. Countering with a bid to amend the legislation, Vice President Cheney took the CIA director to meet with Senator McCain and urge an exemption for the agency in clandestine counterterrorism operations conducted abroad. As the Vice President began to extol all the invaluable intelligence we were obtaining through the program of enhanced interrogation, Senator McCain, who had been tortured as a POW in Hanoi, stormed out of the meeting. The senator refused to capitulate, leaving the battle lines clearly drawn. After the Senate passed McCain's torture ban, the administration tried to neutralize its impact by backing an amendment authored by Senator Lindsey Graham to nullify a landmark Supreme Court ruling in Rasool v. Bush that gave Guantanamo prisoners the right to challenge their detention before U.S. courts. Graham's amendment stipulated that the 241 term United States, when used in a geographic sense, does not include the United States Naval Station, Guantanamo Bay, effectively denying detainees any legal basis for access to the courts. According to Cheney himself, National Security Advisor Stephen J. Hadley negotiated enough flexibility in the language of the amendment to allow the CIA program to continue in a pared-down way. In sum, McCain's bill more or less banned torture, but Graham's amendment weakened the enforcement of that prohibition. On December 15, 2005, all these tensions seemed to dissolve in a dramatic Oval OCE handshake between Senator McCain and President Bush, who announced that the landmark legislation made it clear to the world that this government does not torture. That White House photo op was a media mirage. Right after signing a defense bill that included the McCain amendment at his Texas ranch on December 30, President Bush issued a signing statement insisting that his powers as head of the unitary executive branch allowed him to do whatever was necessary to defend the country. On January 3, 2006, the Justice Department, citing this new law, notified federal judges that it would seek the dismissal of all 160 habeas corpus cases already led for 300 Guantanamo detainees. On January 12, the Solicitor General told the Supreme Court it no longer had jurisdiction over Guantanamo and asked the justices to dismiss another potential landmark unlawful combatant case, Hamdan v. Rumsfeld. Recoiling from the prospect of an imperial presidency implicit in these moves, a New York Times editorial on January 15 called on Congress to curtail Mr. Bush's expansion of power and his unilateral rewriting of more than 200 years of tradition and law. Significantly, the McCain Amendment and the consequent public controversy convinced the CIA to suspend enhanced interrogation for a few months, from January to May 2006. Slow slide toward impunity. Confronted by public anger over the abuse at Abu Ghraib, the White House was slowly winning the debate by defending harsh interrogation as an imperative for the war on terror. But in June 2006, in a dramatic rebuke of the president's position, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled, in Hamdan v. Rumsfeld, that Bush's military commissions were illegal because they did not meet the requirement, under Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions, that Guantanamo detainees be tried with all the judicial guarantees recognized as indispensable by civilized peoples. 3 months later, on September 6, 2006, in a bid to legalize his policies. 242. In the aftermath of this adverse decision, President Bush announced that he was sending legislation to Congress authorizing the same presidential prerogatives that had been challenged by the Supreme Court. Under this legislation, Bush proposed to set aside the Geneva Convention's requirement, under Common Article 3, for humane treatment of captives, making a lesser standard retrospective all the way back to 1997 to protect CIA interrogators from prosecution under the War Crimes Act. Detainees at Guantanamo would be tried by the military commissions under new guidelines that allowed the admission of hearsay and coerced testimony, as well as the concealment of classy evidence from the accused. By this speech, Bush resolved the convenient contradiction, dating back to the Cold War, between U.S. anti-torture principles and its torture practices. He did so, however, not by banning all abuse but by legalizing psychological torture as a lawful instrument of American power. In the House, Republican leaders were determined to pass Bush's bill verbatim but were challenged by the military's senior legal officers. Appearing before a hostile Armed Services Committee on September 7, the 4 top judge advocates general defended the Geneva Conventions as the basis for detainee treatment. The most outspoken, General James C. Walker, drew upon his quarter-century of service as a Marine Corps JAG to blast Bush's proposed legislation, saying, "I'm not aware of any situation in the world where there is a system of jurisprudence that is recognized by civilized people where an individual can be tried and convicted without seeing the evidence against him." In response, the Bush administration marshaled its forces for a full-bore assault. Firing the RST shot on September 13, the Pentagon's neoconservative counsel, William Haynes, tried to neutralize these top JAGs, summoning them for a closed-door meeting where he handed them a prepared statement supporting Bush's bill. Confronted with the very provisions they had fought for years, the military lawyers balked at signing this virtual surrender. The Navy's top JAG, Rear Admiral Bruce McDonald, said bluntly that he could not agree, since Geneva's Common Article 3 barring outrages on personal dignity should remain the standard for detainee trial and treatment. After hours of skirmishing, Haynes Nally extracted their signatures on a revised letter, striking for its terseness, stating that the legislation did not contradict the Geneva Conventions. "We do not object to Section 6 of the administration's proposal, which would clarify the obligations of the United States." The next day, the White House trumpeted this narrowly circumscribed concession as a ringing endorsement. CIA Director Michael Hayden proclaimed his support for the Bush bill to protect his interrogators. Finally, on September 14, Bush and Cheney marched together about the halls of Congress, press-ganging Republican leaders into the battle for their bill. 243. In this GHT, McCain and fellow dissenters on the Senate Armed Services Committee received reinforcement from an unlikely ally. After years of loyal service to the president, Colin Powell broke ranks to write McCain that any tampering with the Geneva Conventions would cost America the moral basis of our GHT against terrorism. Simultaneously, 20 VE retired General O'Sears, including 6 top JAGs, warned the senators that Bush's bill would introduce a exible, sliding scale that might allow certain coercive interrogation techniques, with the result that we would be viewed by the rest of the world as having formally renounced the clear strictures of the Geneva Conventions. After tense, day-long negotiations inside Vice President Cheney's Senate OCE on September 21, 2006, Republican partisans drafted compromise legislation that sailed through Congress within a week to become the Military Commissions Act of 2006. Sine Cantley, this act provided CIA interrogators both legal immunity for past abuse and ample latitude for future psychological torture in presiding over the drafting of this law. Cheney included clauses, buried deep inside the bill's 38 pages of dense print, that dened serious physical pain as the sine qua loss or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty, a striking paraphrase of the definition of physical torture as pain equivalent in intensity to organ failure in John Yu's infamous August 2002 memo. Ironically, that memo had already been repudiated by Bush's own Justice Department by using verbatim the narrow definition of severe mental pain that the United States had adopted in its 1994 Reservation to the Union Convention Against Torture. This legislation also carried forward those earlier loopholes. This exculpatory language was repeated in Para 950 v. Part 11, subsection A of the Military Commissions Act, which reads, severe mental pain or suering dened. In this section, this term severe mental pain has the meaning given that term in Sec 2340 of Title 18. And how, we might remind ourselves, does Section 2340 dne torture? It denes torture in a way that makes its determination depend upon the perpetrator's stated intention, and it actively limits mental torture to 4 specific acts done with sufficient severity to cause prolonged mental harm, drug injection, death threats, threats against another, and extreme physical pain. Anything else, including waterboarding, does not constitute severe mental pain and is thus permissible under U.S. law. By opening such loopholes, this exclusionary language allowed the exculpation of interrogators who had used the dozens of CIA psychological torture techniques developed during the past VE decades. The new law's permissive intent was confirmed 9 months later when President Bush, as provided in the Act, nally issued new guidelines for CIA. 244. Interrogation, restraining the range of temperature modulation and restricting waterboarding. This order also contained a vague ban on humiliating or degrading treatment so serious that any reasonable person, considering the circumstances, would deem beyond the bounds of human decency. But the President's order denied the International Red Cross access to CIA prisoners and remained classy ed, masking many of its provisions. Most important, Bush's concessions were, under the law, a presidential prerogative and could be rescinded at any time, clearing the way for a resumption of waterboarding and other forms of torture amid this attempt at preemptive impunity. Historical analysis provided the most telling critique of the administration's interrogation policy. In 2008, the Senate Armed Services Committee investigated interrogation practices since 9/11 and concluded that the abuse cannot simply be attributed to the actions of a few bad apples acting on their own. Indeed, the Senate said pointedly, senior officials in the United States government solicited information on how to use aggressive techniques, read the law to create the appearance of their legality, and authorized their use against detainees. More specifically, the Senate discovered that the CIA's methods dated back to the 1950s and were based on Chinese communist techniques used during the Korean War to elicit false confessions from American prisoners held in North Korea. This data had shaped the SEER training used, for a full half-century, to prepare U.S. servicemen for enemy interrogation in the event of capture. After September 11, however, the CIA had reverse-engineered the SEER training to create the enhanced techniques used at its black sites worldwide. After tracing the genesis of these methods, the Senate hearings also raised questions about their effectiveness. SEER training involved stripping students of their clothing, placing them in stress positions, putting hoods over their heads, disrupting their sleep, treating them like animals, subjecting them to loud music and ashing lights, and exposing them to extreme temperatures. It can also include face and body slaps and waterboarding. All of the CIA interrogation techniques derived from such SEER training were, the Senate said, designed to produce despair, instill fear, instill humiliation, make it more difficult to think clearly, concentrate, and make rational decisions. Significantly, the Army's General Council had found that proposals for using these methods did not adequately explain how these techniques will result in our forces gaining any useful information. Indeed, one senior Pentagon criminal investigator told the committee that SEER techniques were developed to better prepare U.S. military personnel to resist interrogations and not as a means of obtaining reliable information. Although the Senate's report provided a sharp critique of the Bush Ad 245 administration's interrogation policy, the endings were quickly obscured by the drama of the 2008 presidential campaign. The candidates for the Republican presidential nomination endorsed Bush's policy. Barack Obama, seeking the Democratic nomination, criticized enhanced interrogation sharply. But, once the campaign moved beyond the primaries, the issues of interrogation and incarceration played an inconsequential role in the presidential race. A year later, the New York Times did publish a detailed investigative report that identified the two psychologists who had used their experience as SEER trainers for the Air Force to develop the CIA's harsh interrogation protocol after September 11. But the impact of this ending, which hinted faintly at a half-century history of CIA mind control research, was blunted when the New York Times overlooked the agency's early mind control work and, at least by implication, attributed this development to the work of just two contract psychologists. Impunity under Obama. The Obama administration aired a contradictory response to the torture problem, taking OCE with the promise of bold reforms to correct Bush's excesses but then backtracking through a political dynamic that led, within 3 years, to complete impunity for these crimes. Right after his inauguration in January 2009, President Obama honored his campaign promises by signing executive orders in an Oval OCE ceremony closing the CIA's prisons, barring its coercive methods by requiring agency compliance with the Army Field Manual, releasing classified documents about enhanced techniques, and stripping the agency of its lead role in counter-terror interrogation. The president also ordered the closure of Guantanamo, but Congress later blocked this reform. With this dramatic gesture, Obama seemed to signal his repudiation of Bush's policies and his own administration's strong commitment to human rights. Within a few months, however, the dynamics of partisan wrangling over CIA interrogation produced a surprising bipartisan move toward impunity. The Bush administration constructed a legal framework for torture, noted the ACLU's Jamil Jair in late 2009, but the Obama administration is constructing a legal framework for impunity. Indeed, by the midterm elections in 2010, Obama had retreated from his original commitment to human rights and instead adopted many of the controversial security policies identified with his predecessor, canceling the plan to try Khalid Sheikh Mohammed in a New York civilian court, continuing the endless detention of Guantanamo detainees, reviving the controversial military commissions, accepting the CIA's 246 use of extraordinary rendition, allowing Special Operations Command to operate secret prisons in Afghanistan and Iraq, and invoking sovereign immunity to quash civil suits by torture victims. No matter how twisted the politics, the process of impunity, whether in Britain, France, Indonesia, the Philippines, or America, usually involves at least one of three common tactics. First, blame the supposed bad apples. Second, invoke national security. Next, appeal to national unity. To these three, we must add two more most visible in America: a political counterattack by perpetrators and their protectors, who excoriate human rights reformers for somehow weakening the nation's security, and, nally, revision of the historical record to justify the use of torture. In President Obama's first 3 years in OCE, the United States moved, via a mix of bipartisanship and bitter political inking, through all VE tactics to reach a state of impunity. The RST tactic enjoyed an unwitting bipartisanship. For a year after the 2004 Abu Ghraib expose, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld claimed that the abuse was perpetrated by a small number of U.S. military. Similarly, while announcing his refusal to release more torture photos in May 2009, President Obama echoed Rumsfeld, asserting that the abuse shown in these images was carried out in the past by a small number of individuals. In early 2009, Republicans made good use of the second tactic when former Vice President Cheney stated that the CIA's harsh methods had prevented the violent deaths of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, of people. Obama did not contract overt this claim, opening his administration to escalating Republican criticism. Then, on April 16, 2009, President Obama advanced the third tactic in the process of impunity when he released 4 Bush-era memos detailing CIA torture techniques while insisting, "Nothing will be gained by spending our time and energy laying blame for the past." During a visit to CIA headquarters 4 days later, Obama promised that there would be no prosecutions of its employees. "We've made some mistakes," he admitted, but he urged Americans to acknowledge them and then move forward. In the furor surrounding the release of those memos, the Senate Judiciary Committee Chair, Patrick Leahy, called for an independent commission on interrogation. Even the House Minority Leader John Boehner seemed open to the idea. But the White House press secretary stated the president determined the concept didn't seem altogether workable because such an inquiry might just become a political back and forth. The president's position was in such blatant defiance of international law that the UN's chief official on torture, Manfred Nowak, reminded him that Washington 247 was legally obliged to investigate any violations of the Convention Against Torture. While these RST-3 tactics appeared quickly, the fourth, involving heated neoconservative attacks on human rights reforms, arrived through the dynamics of partisan politics over the next 2 years. Determined to escape any accounting for past abuse, former Bush officials attacked each attempt at reform, producing a recurring political pattern: thunderous Republican media criticism, followed by tacit concession from the Obama administration. Moreover, Obama's initial commitment to civil liberties was compromised by a willingness to use the expanded executive powers left by his predecessor. Through this interweaving of external pressure and internal compromise, the Obama administration moved, over the next 2 years, to impunity for human rights violations committed under his predecessor, ultimately capitulating to intense political maneuvering by Republican torture advocates. From the outset of the Obama administration, Republican legislators pressured his Attorney General, Eric Holder, to avoid any investigations of Bush-era excesses, threatening an expose of the Clinton administration's many renditions to Egypt, a nation notorious for brutal torture. During one telling exchange in May 2009, a Republican senator, as the New York Times put it, suggested that if Bush administration lawyers were to be investigated, perhaps those from the Clinton administration should get similar treatment, a clear threat to Holder himself, who had served as Deputy Attorney General under Clinton at a time when renditions were ongoing. Senator Lamar Alexander, my last question is, once we begin this process, where is the line drawn? The Washington Post says the former director of the Central Intelligence Agency, George Tenet, said there were about 70 renditions carried about before September 11, 2001, most of them during the Clinton years. Mr. Attorney General, you were the Deputy Attorney General from 1997 to 2001. Did you know about these renditions? Did you or anyone else at the Department of Justice approve them? Attorney General Holder, I think the concern that we have with renditions is renditions to countries that would not treat suspects in a way that's consistent with the laws and treaties that we have signed. If there is a rendition taking a person to a place where that person might be tortured, that's the kind of rendition that I think is inappropriate. My memory of my time in the Clinton administration, I don't believe that we did that we had renditions where people were taken to places where we had any reasonable belief that they were going to be tortured. Senator Alexander, but I think you can see the line of my inquiry, which is, where does that stop? In your case, in the Clinton administration, we don't know what the interrogations were then. Perhaps you do, and perhaps the question 248 would be whether you approved them. I prefer President Obama's approach. I think it's time to look forward, and I hope he sticks to that point of view. Within weeks, congressional Republicans charged their Democrat colleagues with complicity in Bush-era interrogations policies, asserting that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, among others, had been briefed fully by the CIA. In her own defense, the Speaker said she was briefed on interrogation techniques the administration was considering using in the future, adding that the techniques were supposed to be legal. Thunder on the right. Over the coming months, thunder from the Republican right countered every attempt at an accounting for the past, pushing the Obama White House toward a compromised position on human rights. After the administration released the Bush torture memos in April 2009, former Vice President Cheney and his daughter Liz launched a sustained media counterattack. In his memoirs, Cheney says he was appalled that the new administration would even consider punishing honorable public servants, arguing that the release of those memos revealed to the world, including our enemies, methods used to question detainees about future attacks. Outraged, Cheney squared against the president in a pair of dueling speeches on May 21, 2009. Standing before the original Constitution at the U.S. National Archives, President Obama said, "I know that we must never, ever, turn our back on its enduring principles for expedience sake. From Europe to the Pass I see, we've been the nation that has shut down torture chambers and replaced tyranny with the rule of law. Unfortunately," he continued, "after September 11, we set those principles aside as luxuries that we could no longer afford and, under the previous administration, established an ad hoc legal approach for fighting terrorism that was neither effective nor sustainable, a framework that failed to use our values as a compass. Though some have argued that brutal methods like waterboarding were necessary to keep us safe," he said to an applauding audience, "I categorically reject the assertion that these are the most effective means of interrogation. These methods," he argued, "alienate us in the world. They serve as a recruitment tool for terrorists, and increase the will of our enemies to get us. Guantanamo," he added, "created more terrorists around the world than it ever detained and set back the moral authority that is America's strongest currency in the world." 249. Speaking at a conservative think tank that same day, Cheney proclaimed himself a staunch proponent of our enhanced interrogation programs, calling them legal, essential, just-ed, successful, and the right thing to do. In 12 television appearances on 4 networks in just 9 days, his daughter Liz vehemently defended her father's use of harsh methods. On the CNN cable news network, she berated Obama for attempting to libel the brave men and women who conducted this program and denounced him for suggesting that perhaps we would even be prosecuting former members of the Bush administration. Despite these mounting pressures, Attorney General Holder reacted with disgust when he read graphic accounts of abuse in a classy ed CIA Inspector General's report. In August 2009, therefore, he instructed a special prosecutor, John H. Durham, to investigate possible crimes by agency interrogators, sparking a counterattack from the Republican right. Appearing on Fox News Sunday, Dick Cheney admitted authorizing coercive methods such as waterboarding and blasted the decision to investigate CIA interrogators as an intensely partisan, politicized look back at the prior administration. Within weeks, as pressure mounted, Justice reduced the investigation to 2 or 3 egregious cases of detainee abuse, still too many for 7 former CIA directors, who issued an open letter in late September warning that the probe could chill agency enthusiasm in future for aggressive intelligence work. While the special prosecutor quietly continued his long-term investigation, the Obama administration backed away from further public comments about CIA interrogators and focused instead on the Bush administration lawyers who had authorized such harsh methods in December. Only days after the abortive bomb attempt on a Northwest Airlines flight near Detroit, Liz Cheney joined forces with the neoconservative pundit William Kristol to form a hyper-patriotic group, Keep America Safe. The group's opening media salvo blasted Obama for failing to defend the nation from terrorists and portrayed impunity for CIA torturers as synonymous with national security. He should immediately classify Abdul-Muttalib, the Christmas Day bomber, as an illegal enemy combatant, not a criminal defendant. He should inform Attorney General Holder that he will no longer allow the Justice Department to investigate or prosecute CIA officials who kept us safe after September 11, or disbar or otherwise punish the lawyers who provided the legal framework for programs that saved American lives. President Obama has weakened American security by treating terror as a law enforcement matter, refusing to use every tool at his disposal to prevent attacks. 250. A few weeks later, former Vice President Cheney identified the tool in question, telling ABC News that the CIA should have considered waterboarding the Detroit bomber. And he called Obama's order that the agency comply with the Army Field Manual on Interrogation a mistake. Within weeks, these pressures from the right proved effective. In February 2010, Obama's Justice Department reversed an earlier ending that Bush lawyers J. Bybee and John Yoo were guilty of professional misconduct in writing those 2002 torture memos that gave the CIA the authority to abuse detainees. Beating a hasty retreat from that position, a senior Justice O'Chale, David Margolis, now found that Yoo and Bybee had acted from an extreme, albeit sincerely held view of executive power, thereby exempting them from any threat of disbarment just as the Cheneys had demanded. Indicating the political nature of this reversal, Margolis insisted that this exoneration should not be viewed as an endorsement of the legal work that underlies those memoranda. Simultaneously, the head of Justice's own OCE of professional responsibility dissented from this decision, condemning the lack of thoroughness, objectivity, and candor in the Bybee memos in a sharply worded statement. The ACLU insisted that there was extensive evidence to support the prosecution of the two lawyers, saying, they should have provided bona fide legal advice, but instead they served as knowing facilitators of criminal conduct. The core problem was not one of rogue interrogators but one of senior government officials who knowingly authorized the gravest crimes. Shifting from defense to offense, the Republican right redoubled its attacks, charging Obama officials with duplicity tantamount to treason and thereby pushing the nation down the last steps toward impunity. In March 2010, Liz Cheney's group, Keep America Safe, released a video that branded Obama Justice Department officials who had previously defended detainees as the Al-Qaeda 7, denouncing them for engaging in a worldwide smear campaign against the CIA, the U.S. military and the United States itself while we are at war. Many conservative lawyers compared this attack to McCarthyism. Nonetheless, the political right ramped up its rhetoric, blasting Attorney General Holder for failing to disclose his earlier court briefs questioning President Bush's claim that he could imprison a U.S. citizen without trial as an enemy combatant. So chastened was the White House by these attacks that, in late March, Obama refused to make a recess appointment for his nominee to head the OCE of Legal Counsel, Indiana law professor Don Johnson, who had antagonized Republicans by earlier criticisms of Bush's corruption of our American ideals. Ending a self-imposed silence to publicize his memoirs. Former President Bush added his voice to the view that waterboarding had saved lives. When 251 asked if he had authorized this torture technique, Bush told the London Times in late 2010, "Damn right. We capture the guy, the chief operating officer of Al-Qaeda, who kills 3,000 people. We felt he had the information about another attack. I believe that decision saved lives." In his memoirs, Bush wrote that these interrogations helped break up plots to attack American diplomatic facilities abroad. Heathrow Airport and Canary Wharf in London claims that British leaders, who were in a position to know, emphatically denied. Prime Minister David Cameron insisted that waterboarding was indeed torture, adding, "If actually you're getting information from torture, it's very likely to be unreliable information." But the US media did not really report this critique, and Bush's claims for the effectiveness of enhanced interrogation generally went unchallenged in the United States. Compromising human rights. Apart from these Republican pressures, Obama's own aggressive views on national security contributed to a marked continuity with many of his predecessors' most controversial policies. He not only retained many top Bush security officials but also authorized detention without trial for FTY terror suspects, continued CIA rendition, preserved the military commissions, and fought the courts to retain executive counter-terror prerogatives. Obama's original January 2009 ban on CIA coercive interrogation contained legal loopholes. The order was carefully tailored to bar only agency black sites, letting the military maintain secret prisons in Afghanistan. When CIA counsel protested that closing all its prisons, even holding cells, would take us out of the rendition business, Obama quietly added a footnote deeming a detention facility to allow any use on a short-term, transitory basis. Moreover, a presidential task force recommended, in August, against any changes to the Army Field Manual, which had been revised under Bush to permit abusive techniques such as stress positions and sleep deprivation. There were also signs that the Obama administration was resuming the policy of outsourcing interrogation, much as Washington had done during the Cold War. Since mid-2008, U.S. intelligence had captured a half-dozen al-Qaeda suspects and, instead of shipping them to secret CIA prisons, had them interrogated by allied agencies in the Middle East. Showing that this policy was becoming bipartisan, Obama's new CIA director, Leon Panetta, announced, in February 2009, that the agency would continue to engage in the rendition of terror suspects to allies such as Egypt, Jordan, and Pakistan. In renditions where we returned an individual to the jurisdiction of another country, and 252. They exercised their rights to try that individual and to prosecute him under their laws. I think that is an appropriate use of rendition, he explained, contravening the UN Convention's strict conditions for this practice. Indeed, as the CIA expanded covert operations inside Somalia, renditions from neighboring East African nations that had started under Bush continued under Obama. In July 2009, for example, Kenyan police snatched an al-Qaeda suspect, Ahmed Abdullahi Hassan, from a Nairobi slum and delivered him to the city's airport, where he was bound and blindfolded for a CIA ride to Mogadishu. There he joined dozens of prisoners grabbed through the streets of Kenya inside the hole, an underground prison with LTHY small cells buried in the windowless basement of Somalia's National Security Agency. While Somali guards, paid with U.S. funds, ran the prison, CIA and military intelligence operatives had open access for extended interrogation. Since an estimated 80 VE people were similarly rendered to Mogadishu in 2007 alone, Obama's CIA was clearly continuing a major rendition program started under Bush. 2 years later, in July 2011, a fragment of this secret program was revealed when a Somali terror suspect, Ahmed Abdul Qadir Warsame, who had been captured in the Gulf of Aden and interrogated for 2 months on a U.S. Navy ship, was delivered to New York City for trial to block civil suits by victims seeking redress for Bush-era abuse. Obama's Justice Department followed its predecessor by invoking a state secrets doctrine. Although Attorney General Holder set a somewhat stricter standard, in September 2010 his step persuaded a federal appeals court to quash a civil suit by VE torture victims, a decision later remed by the Supreme Court. The application of the state secrecy doctrine to this case seemed arbitrary, since the victims were suing not a government agency but a private corporation, a Boeing subsidiary that ran rendition audits for the CIA. And the abuse was particularly egregious. One detainee, a British resident named Binyam Mohammed, had been owned to Morocco for 18 months of torture that included cutting his penis with a scalpel. He was then sent to the CIA salt pit prison in Afghanistan for months of confinement in total darkness and nally owned to Guantanamo for years confinement in March 2011, after Congress barred transfer of any terrorist trials to the United States. The president rescinded his 2-year ban on military tribunals at Guantanamo and ordered indefinite detention of al-Qaeda suspects if it is necessary to protect against a significant threat to the security of the United States. In a shallow bow to civil liberties, Obama's order did provide periodic review of the case against each detainee, but these assessments were to take place before a body convened by the Defense Secretary. The National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers condemned this decision, saying, 253. That the Commission rules still permit the government to introduce secret evidence, hearsay, and statements obtained through coercion. The President of Human Rights first added, "This is a step toward institutionalizing a preventive detention regime." Simultaneous with this shift, the Obama administration's treatment of Bradley Manning, an American soldier accused of leaking classy ed documents to the website WikiLeaks, evoked, said the New York Times, creepy memories of how the Bush administration used to treat terror suspects. After he downloaded and released some 500,000 diplomatic and military messages while on active duty in Iraq, Private Manning was arrested and sent to the Marine Corps brig at Quantico for solitary confinement from July 2010 to April 2011. Restricted to an hour of daily exercise in shackles, Manning was forced to sleep stripped of clothing at night and stand outside his cell completely naked for morning inspection. Such conditions led the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Juan Mendez, to express concern to the State Department in 2011, prompting a State Department spokesman, Philip J. Crowley, to tell an audience that the Army's treatment of Manning was ridiculous and counterproductive and stupid. In a stinging critique, some 295 legal scholars wrote an open letter condemning the conditions of Manning's confinement as a violation of the U.S. Constitution, arguing that his treatment would, if continued, constitute torture under that catch-all clause in Section 2340, banning procedures calculated to disrupt profoundly the senses or the personality. In response, President Obama tried to assure the press that the terms of his confinement are appropriate and are meeting our basic standards. To quiet the growing protests. In April 2011, the Pentagon transferred Manning to a military prison at Fort Leavenworth, where he was confined without the punitive treatment. Undeterred, the Obama administration continued its crackdown on leaks, prosecuting 6 federal employees for providing media with information about classy ed programs, including Bush's enhanced interrogation. After a long investigation, in January 2012, the Justice Department charged former CIA agent John Kiriakou with unauthorized disclosures about the agency's brutal interrogation of Abu Zubaydah. Back in 2007, Kiriakou became an instant media sensation with his story that a single, 30-second waterboarding had transformed Abu Zubaydah overnight from a hardened al-Qaeda leader into a complaint source, a claim proven false 2 years later when documents showed Abu Zubaydah had in fact been waterboarded 83 times, and Kiriakou admitted he had not actually witnessed the interrogation during his year career trading in such half-truths to press, LM Productions, and the Senate. Kiriakou revealed the names of 2 CIA 254 operatives involved in Abu Zubaydah's interrogation to several reporters. One journalist passed the information to a Guantanamo defense team, angering the CIA and sparking a full FBI investigation that placed these ACLU attorneys under enormous pressure. In announcing Kiriakou's indictment, Justice also exonerated the defense attorneys, ending no laws had been broken. Although relieved by this exoneration, the ACLU's director charged the crackdown on leaks had a chilling EECT on defense counsel, government whistleblowers, and journalists. By contrast, CIA Director Petraeus announced he fully supported the investigation from the beginning, indicating that Obama was nally healing the breach with the agency caused by his earlier release of documents about its harsh interrogations. Last steps to impunity. The Obama administration's assassination of Osama bin Laden, in May 2011, provided an unexpected political opening for torture advocates to press for a penultimate step to full impunity. Within hours of the news of bin Laden's death, these Bush-era perpetrators formed a media chorus, repeating the refrain that their harsh methods were responsible for the success and demanding an end to the Justice Department investigations of CIA interrogators. Almost immediately, former Justice O'Chale John Yoo called bin Laden's killing a vindication of the Bush administration's terrorism policies, shows that success comes from continuing those policies, not rejecting them as Obama has tried to do for the last 2 years. Citing speculative, inaccurate news stories that appeared the morning after Navy SEALs shot bin Laden, Yoo argued that Bush's harsh interrogation had provided the RST clue, the name of bin Laden's courier, by extracting it from Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the al-Qaeda operations chief who had been waterboarded 183 times almost immediately. However, other news outlets reported that Khalid had consistently misled CIA interrogators with fake names and erroneous information, although the press quickly debunked the claims by Bush-era O'Chales. You published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal insisting that Obama should end the criminal investigation of CIA agents and restart the interrogation program that helped lead us to bin Laden. Making similar assertions, Jose Rodriguez, chief of the CIA's Counterterrorism Center under Bush from 2002 to 2005, told the media that the use of enhanced interrogation on Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and others had produced key intelligence about bin Laden's courier. That eventually led to the location of compound and the operation that led to his death. 255. Appearing on Fox News after bin Laden's killing, former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said, "I think that anyone who suggests that the enhanced techniques, let's be blunt, waterboarding, did not produce an enormous amount of valuable intelligence just isn't facing the truth." Reiterating his belief in the e-khaki of harsh methods, Dick Cheney told Fox News, "I would assume that the enhanced interrogation program that we put in place produced some of the results that led to bin Laden's ultimate capture." 5 days later, Cheney elaborated, saying, "It was a good program. It was a legal program. It was not torture." In defense of the CIA interrogators, he added, "These men deserve to be decorated. They don't deserve to be prosecuted." Similarly, President Bush's former Attorney General, Michael Mukasey, writing in the Wall Street Journal, argued that the intelligence that led to bin Laden began with a disclosure from Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who broke like a dam under the pressure of harsh interrogation techniques that included waterboarding. On a Sunday morning talk show, Liz Cheney recited her well-rehearsed talking points. "These are not torture. These are techniques that we know worked. That debate is over. It worked, it got the intelligence, it wasn't torture, it was legal." Now, she asked, without enhanced interrogation or detention at CIA black sites, how would the Obama administration be able to get new information vital for the nation's security? No longer were torture advocates citing the ticking time bomb or other arguments about saving lives. Now they were justifying abuse on grounds that it helped achieve a military objective, and instrumental logic that, if accepted, would allow harsh methods for any major national security goal. Breaking a long silence in response to Republican attacks, the White House refuted their claims. "This is a distraction from the broader picture," said National Security Council spokesman Tommy Vietor, "which is that this achievement was the result of years of painstaking work by our intelligence community that drew from multiple sources." Pointedly, he added, "It's not fair to the scores of people who did this work over many years to suggest that this is somehow all the result of waterboarding 8 years ago." After interviewing CIA Director Panetta about bin Laden's killing, Senator John McCain broke ranks with his Republican colleagues to dismiss these assertions of torture's success. The RST mention of Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti, the nickname of the al-Qaeda courier who ultimately led us to bin Laden, wrote McCain in a Washington Post op-ed, came from a detainee held in another country, who we believe was not tortured. None of the 3 detainees who were waterboarded provided Abu Ahmed's real name, his whereabouts, or an accurate description of his role in al-Qaeda. 256. Even though conservative claims for torture's role in bin Laden's death had no factual basis, the Obama administration quickly capitulated and, within weeks, completed the process of impunity. In June 2011, Attorney General Holder announced that his special prosecutor, John Durham, had examined 101 instances of alleged CIA mistreatment and found that any further investigation is not warranted. Although the prosecutor would continue to investigate 2 deaths in CIA custody, this ending ended any possible prosecution of agency officials for torture during the War on Terror. "I welcome the news," said CIA Director Panetta. "We are now about to close this chapter of our agency's history." But an ACLU official, Jamil Jair, condemned the decision, saying senior Bush officials had approved CIA interrogation that subjected prisoners to unimaginable cruelty and violated both international and domestic law. Dueling narratives. With the threat of legal action eliminated just before the 10th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, the debate over Bush-era torture became a struggle over the historical record, the NAL step in the process of impunity. Among all the hundreds if not thousands of torture incidents from Guantanamo to Manila during the 7 years of Bush's War on Terror, dueling memoirs focused on a single interrogation, the RST use of enhanced techniques in early 2002 on the Al-Qaeda leader Abu Zubaydah at a CIA safe house in Thailand. In a memoir published on August 30, 2011, former Vice President Cheney aired an account that seemed to justify torture, telling a story strikingly similar to the one Bush had told in his 2006 East Room address. Although Cheney wrote, Zubaydah provided useful information very early on, disclosing, for example, that the mastermind behind 9/11 had been Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, or KSM. Cheney's narrative continues to build toward a dramatic conclusion of CIA success, without mentioning the presence of an FBI team during the interrogation. But then he stopped answering questions, and the CIA, convinced he had information that could potentially save thousands of lives, developed a list of enhanced interrogation techniques that were based on the survival, evasion, resistance, and escape program. The techniques worked. Abu Zubaydah gave up information about Ramzi bin al-Shivite, who was captured after a shootout in Pakistan. Information from Abu Zubaydah and bin al-Shivite led in turn to the capture of KSM, who after being questioned with enhanced techniques became a fount of information. 257. Airing a strikingly direct version of these same events in a memoir published on September 12, 2011, former FBI counter-terror agent Ali Sufyan drew upon his own first-hand experience inside that same Thai safe house for an account that both contradicted overt Cheney's story and criticized CIA torture. Although his book's RST edition was eviscerated by 181 pages of CIA deletions that the publisher found outrageous, Ali Sufyan's 2009 testimony before Congress, combined with the visible extracts from his book, offer us an uncensored version of these events. As soon as Abu Zubaydah was captured after a shootout in Pakistan, Ali Sufyan flew to Bangkok to start the interrogation with a combined FBI-CIA team. Using the knowledge we have of the detainee's history, mindset, vulnerabilities, or culture for non-coercive questioning, Ali Sufyan, a veteran FBI agent yent in Arabic, quickly gained important actionable intelligence, including the role of KSM as the mastermind of the 9/11 attacks and lots of other information that remains classy ed. Angered by the FBI's success, CIA Director George Tenet dispatched his own counterterrorism team from Washington, led by a contract psychologist, Dr. James Mitchell, with authorization to use tough techniques that stripped Zubaydah of his clothes and subjected him to low-level sleep deprivation. After these harsh methods got no information, the FBI men resumed their empathic approach for a second time, again gaining important intelligence that included the details of Jose Padilla, the so-called dirty bomber. But then CIA team took over once more and moved further along the force continuum, introducing loud noise and then temperature manipulation, as well as 48 hours of sleep deprivation. But this tough approach wasn't working and Abu Zubaydah wasn't revealing any information. So, for a third time, the FBI men were once again brought back in to interrogate him. To soften the coercive climate, Ali Sufyan gave Abu Zubaydah his clothes, switched on the music and let him sleep. By now, after days of CIA coercive interrogation, we found it harder to re-engage him this time, because of how the techniques had affected him, but eventually, we succeeded, and he re-engaged again, giving more details of the Padilla bomb plot. When the CIA insisted on escalating to the next stage in the force continuum by squeezing Abu Zubaydah into a confinement box, Ali Sufyan felt this was borderline torture. Realizing that Dr. Mitchell was being given a blank check by the White House and CIA headquarters for his brutal and demonstrably unproductive techniques, Ali Sufyan began to wonder whether the real intent of the people back in Washington was to collect intelligence. After calling the FBI's deputy director in Washington and explaining the CIA's abusive method, Ali Sufyan received a message from his director Robert Mueller saying, "We don't do that." Sufyan quit the interrogation and flew back to New York. After witnessing 4 successive cycles of failed CIA coercion and successful FBI empathy, Ali Sufyan was bluntly dismissive of the yield from Dr. Mitchell's harsh methods. "We never get any actionable intelligence or any significant intelligence, comparatively to what we got before, when his techniques were going on." From this first-hand experience, Ali Sufyan concluded that many CIA claims about the success of the enhanced techniques are inaccurate. Since Abu Zubaydah was the RST suspect subjected to enhanced interrogation techniques, people in Washington rewrote the results to show that they passed the test case, propagating a blatant falsehood that allowed these abusive methods to proliferate. For the next 6 years, Ali Sufyan, constrained by secrecy regulations, had to remain silent as lie after lie was told about Abu Zubaydah and the success of the techniques. If we weigh the truth of these two accounts, Cheney's second-hand version completely omits the FBI presence, ignores the clear comparison between the two methods, and inaccurately attributes all the information gained from Abu Zubaydah to the CIA's enhanced techniques. Although the facts seem to support Ali Sufyan's view that psychological torture did not work, this fundamental yet fragile truth would again be obscured by a reconstruction of the past through CIA censorship and neoconservative casuistry. Indeed, in its 181 pages of excisions, the agency ruled that Abu Zubaydah's interrogation was still classy ed, requiring that Ali Sufyan's memoir delete his own presence at the questioning, change Dr. Mitchell's name to Boris, and black out entire pages describing the Abu Zubaydah interrogation. In April 2012, Jose A. Rodriguez, the CIA Counterterrorism Center officer who supervised the torture of Abu Zubaydah, published his own memoirs under the provocative title Hard Measures: How Aggressive CIA Actions After September 11 Saved American Lives, calling FBI claims of success with non-coercive methods bullshit. The book's website likened Rodriguez, unsurprisingly, to a real-life Jack Bauer from television's 24. There has been no indication that this laudatory account has been subject to a single page of CIA censorship. International impunity. Although the politics of impunity have protected Cheney, Rumsfeld, and other O'Chales from both domestic prosecution and history's judgment, they have been targets of foreign indictments under universal jurisdiction for crimes against humanity. Indeed, their complete impunity required, in an era of globalization. 260. A diplomatic dimension beyond the bounds of the nation-state. Since the adoption of the UN Convention Against Torture, prosecution of crimes against humanity has gained numerous international venues: the UN, the European Court of Human Rights, and a half-dozen European national courts that recognize the principle of universal jurisdiction. Throughout the last years of Bush and the RST years of Obama, Washington applied strong diplomatic pressure on Germany, Italy, and Spain to suspend prosecution of American O'Chales responsible for illegal rendition of detainees. As early as 2007, the deputy chief of the U.S. mission in Berlin, John Koenig, met with Germany's deputy national security advisor to warn that issuance of international arrest warrants for CIA O'Chales involved in the case of Khalid el-Masri, a German citizen rendered to Afghanistan by the CIA, would have a negative impact on our bilateral relationship. Pressures that served to slow legal action in Germany 2 years later, in 2009, the Obama administration worked to crush the threat of a Spanish indictment of 6 senior Bush-era OCHALs for creating a legal framework that allegedly permitted torture. At Washington in April, U.S. OCHALs advised the Spanish foreign minister that the prosecutions would have an enormous impact on the bilateral relationship, and were delighted when Madrid's Attorney General opposed proceeding with the charges simultaneously. In Madrid, the U.S. Embassy learned that the presiding judge has declined to process that case, saying that before moving forward the USG should be asked if proceedings are underway in the U.S. He also ordered to transfer the proceedings to the U.S. A month later, when Justice Baltasar Garzon accepted a second complaint into Bush-era torture, the embassy noted that the chief prosecutor for the National Court tells us he will also GHT Garzon's latest move. If Garzon resisted pressure to drop the case, the embassy reported, Zaragoza has a strategy to force his hand by RST, charging Garzon with failing to investigate earlier reports of torture of Spanish citizens at Guantanamo. Should that not work, Zaragoza reported that Garzon is already in hot water over his excessive zeal in investigation into Spanish Civil War atrocities. There is now a criminal complaint against him in the Supreme Court, alleging abuse of authority. Despite Zaragoza's condens, the embassy did not share his optimism that this problem will go away anytime soon, and recommended personal meetings on counterterrorism matters with the Spanish prosecutor during his upcoming visit to Washington after Justice Garzon's RST case was reassigned. The new presiding magistrate, Judge Eloy Velasco, adopted a much less aggressive stance. When Washington advised the Spanish court in March 2011 that there exists no basis for the criminal prosecution of U or by B, Judge Velasco simply 261 transferred the case to the U.S. Department of Justice under a mutual legal assistance treaty. Although Garzon pursued the second torture case with his characteristic determination for nearly a year, ending that Spain had jurisdiction over these crimes against humanity, this case, too, was reassigned after his suspension in May 2010 for investigating atrocities from the Spanish Civil War. The new judge resumed proceedings, hearing petitions in January 2011 that General Gio Ray Miller be subpoenaed, and the case continued thereafter, albeit at a more cautious pace. Once again, U.S. diplomatic efforts blocked, at least momentarily, the threat of prosecution before a European court. Despite these successes, Washington's diplomacy could slow but not stay the hand of international justice. In May 2009, a Milan court convicted 22 CIA agents and a U.S. Air Force colonel for the 2003 kidnapping of an Egyptian exile, Abu Omar, and his illegal rendition to Cairo for brutal tortures. One of those CIA agents convicted in absentia, Sabrina de Sosa, told ABC News that the U.S. broke the law with this rendition, and we are paying for the mistakes right now. Whoever authorized and approved this. The victim, Abu Omar, was eventually found innocent in Egypt and released to live quietly in Alexandria. He was the wrong guy, said former CIA agent Robert Baer. It was not worth putting the reputation of the United States on the line going after somebody like this. By late 2010, there were numerous OCHAL inquiries and legal cases against U.S. rendition in a half-dozen European nations. Apart from new cases in Germany, Italy, and Spain, there were ongoing investigations in Poland, Lithuania, Romania, Sweden, and Britain. Most significantly, Poland awarded a former CIA detainee, Abd al-Rahim al-Nashiri, formal victim status, while the United Kingdom announced, in mid-2010, the opening of an OCHAL torture inquiry to investigate government complicity in the mistreatment of individuals over the next 2 years. Further inquiries in Britain and Denmark produced damaging revelations about the complicity of their defense forces in torture, while Polish investigations led to indictment of the country's former intelligence chief for helping the CIA set up a secret prison. Some of these cases had the potential to release more sensitive details about U.S. rendition to CIA black sites that operated in Lithuania, Poland, and Romania during the Bush administration. Showing the potential force of these foreign proceedings, In February 2011, former President George Bush canceled a trip to Switzerland after hearing that human rights groups were planning to present evidence of orders for torture, much of it drawn from his own memoirs. Signee Cantley, the Center for Constitutional Rights in New York, the main author of the 2,500-page complaint, announced that the Bush torture indictment would be weight 262 ing wherever he travels next, adding, "Torturers, even if they are former presidents of the United States, must be held to account and prosecuted. Impunity for Bush must end." In marked contrast to the dismissal of every complaint by torture victims in U.S. courts, these European proceedings have evinced a surprising openness to the evidence. After protracted litigation, British courts ruled that the former detainee Binyam Mohammed had been subjected to cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment by the United States authorities and, in February 2010, ordered release of suppressed information about CIA torture techniques straining security relations with Washington. In November, the British government announced a payment of $80 million to settle lawsuits by 15 former Guantanamo detainees, including Binyam Mohammed, whose civil suit had recently been dismissed by a U.S. appeals court. Confronted by a court order for the release of 100,000 confidential documents that left security services paralyzed by paperwork, Prime Minister David Cameron approved the settlement and then went one step further, announcing an off-chain inquiry into alleged collusion by MI5 and MI6 in the CIA's torture of terror suspects. In an unprecedented statement, the head of MI6, Sir John Sawers, called torture illegal and abhorrent under any circumstances, and we have nothing whatsoever to do with it. A year later, a British inquiry prompted by the 2003 death of an Iraqi detainee named Baha Mousa completed a 3-year investigation of harsh interrogation by British forces in Basra, southern Iraq. In marked contrast to the dozen U.S. reports into Abu Ghraib which avoided naming or humanizing the Iraqi victims, the driving force behind the British inquiry was a grieving father, Colonel Daoud Mousa, a retired Iraqi police officer who wanted justice for his son, an innocent hotel worker beaten to death during interrogation. In its painstaking 1,400-page report compiled at a cost of $20 million, this inquiry found a pattern of violent and cowardly assaults. British interrogators had revived the VE techniques of mental torture, all banned after their use in Belfast back in 1972, involving hooding, stress positions, sleep deprivation, and noise barrage. Although low-ranking soldiers were the perpetrators, the inquiry blamed a corporate failure in the Defense Ministry, stating that senior officers bore heavily responsibility for failing to halt the excesses. Prime Minister Cameron condemned the appalling abuse, and his defense minister called the report's conclusions shocking and shameful. Continuing this relentless succession of revelations, Britain's Crown prosecution announced, in January 2012, a criminal investigation into MI6 collaboration with the CIA in the torture and rendition of former Libyan dissidents. Back in 2004, the two agencies had responded to a request from Colonel 263. Qatar's intelligence service for rendition of an Islamic dissident by seizing the suspect in Malaysia and shipping him back to Tripoli for years of torture. After the Libyan revolution toppled Qatar, that same dissident, Abdel Hakim Belhaj, emerged as the powerful chief of the new government's military council and retained British counsel to demand justice. So detailed and damaging were Belhaj's charges of British collusion with his years of torture that London was forced to scrap its limited administrative inquiry into MI6 in favour of a full criminal investigation by the Metropolitan Police. This investigation would, the New York Times reported, prolong the tensions between London and Washington and place major strains on intelligence links with the United States. Whether or not other cases before European courts produce similarly damaging revelations, their persistence indicated that the once strong sub-rosa alliance between the CIA and European security services was attenuating. Bound by strict European and UN anti-torture protocols, not even the closest ally could any longer suppress human rights inquiries to preserve intelligence ties to the United States. With impunity protecting perpetrators at home, redress for torture, if it were to come anywhere, will increasingly be found in transnational venues remote from pressures for impunity. When Human Rights Watch called, in July 2011, for a U.S. inquiry into human rights violations by senior Bush officials, it recognized this sober reality, suggesting, if the U.S. government does not pursue credible criminal investigations, other countries should prosecute U.S. officials involved in crimes against detainees in accordance with international law. Absent such an inquiry and the reforms it might bring, then the observations of the New York Times columnist Ross Douthat seem a prescient assessment of the War on Terror's long-term legacy. Writing in 2010 about Obama's retreat from human rights during his 3 years in OCE, Douthat argued that the basic post-9/11 architecture of executive power, expansive powers to detain, interrogate, and assassinate, claimed for the duration of an open-ended war, looks destined to endure for presidencies to come. The price of impunity. For more than 40 years, from 1970 to 2011, the usual U.S. processes of political reform through media expose and congressional action were stymied by the forces of impunity following 6 separate exposés of CIA-sponsored torture in South Vietnam, Brazil, Iran, Honduras, Latin America, and Iraq and Afghanistan. After each 264 revelation, the public's shudder of revulsion quickly faded, allowing the agency to resume its dirty work in the shadows of executive power. The history of torture in America indicates the complex interplay of social forces that fosters impunity in a democracy otherwise governed by the rule of law. As a powerful secret service whose charter permits executive operations outside the law, the CIA represents an implicit challenge to both due process and democracy, amply aided by the agency's growing collaboration with the military in operations and intelligence. Compounding this problem, the presidency itself has an unrivaled ability, through executive agencies and partisan support, to shape public policy, even when it clearly violates both domestic law and international treaties. Over the past 40 years, the capacity of reformers to restrain executive excess through public expose has been checked repeatedly by the veil of state secrecy that shrouds CIA-covered action. Whenever an ad hoc human rights coalition of activists, lawyers, media, courts, and Congress has discovered abuse akin to torture, the agency has hidden behind claims of state secrecy, adapting its covert operations to elude both law and legislative intent. In the 4 decades since news of the Phoenix program broke in 1970, press exposés and public protests have done surprisingly little to change U.S. human rights policy. A key factor in this failure has been the intangible problem of public forgetting, a facet central to the process of impunity. Congressional investigators have often failed to link these disparate instances of CIA excess even when evidence of continuity should be clear, obscuring recurring patterns in U.S. policy. The examples of such forgetting are legion. As they probed torture training in Central America during the mid-1980s, for example, Senator Bill Bradley and his colleagues seemed oblivious of congressional investigations, conducted just 10 years before, into similar U.S. interrogation instruction elsewhere in Latin America. When the liberal Clinton administration dusted the paperwork and sent the UN Convention Against Torture to Congress for ratification in 1994, it seemed somehow unaware that the reservations written by the conservative Reagan government would subvert its aim of making U.S. policy compliant with international standards. After Senate hearings in mid-2008 discovered that the CIA had reverse-engineered the military's SEER training to create enhanced interrogation, the New York Times ignored a half-century of CIA mind control research, carefully reported in its own columns, and attributed this development to 2 cash-hungry, contract psychologists to just 2 scientists bad apples. In retrospect, this process of blaming a few rogue soldiers, scientists, or CIA contractors seems the RST step toward impunity. Such blame assuages public concern about the need for reform and thus serves as a precondition for 265. Public forgetting. Meanwhile, the security agencies, with strong institutional continuity of personnel and procedures, can readily revive their abusive methods once the controversy has abated and the need again arises for these same questionable methods on yet another covert battleground. Without a legal process that assigns responsibility and holds higher-level officials accountable, exposés remain brief episodes easily eluded by political maneuvers, allowing policymakers to continue these illegal policies. In a modern democracy, another major cause of impunity is the implication of government officials, both legislative and executive, in the illegality that necessarily accompanies torture. Since trying with anti-torture laws and treaties has been bipartisan U.S. policy for 2 decades, senior legislators and executive officials are mutually implicated, reducing either political party's inclination to investigation or exposé. This shared complicity makes torture difficult to address through the usual rubric of partisan politics. As seen in the most recent torture revelations, Nancy Pelosi, the Democratic House Speaker during the last years of the Bush administration, appears, despite her dubious denial, to have been informed about the torture of suspects during the era of hyperpatriotism that followed 9/11. After the Democrats came to power under Obama, the involvement of past party leaders in rendition Bill Clinton, Leon Panetta, and Eric Holder militate against any investigation of Republican excesses under Bush. To start a searching, impartial inquiry would be a mutually self-destructive endeavor for longtime denizens of Washington, D.C. In a modern democracy, torture does not occur in a vacuum, it requires a shared, even a widely shared level of complicity that encourages impunity. Against this general grain of public forgetting, historical memory, though heavily contested, remains the most salient antidote. Through the study of legislative history and judicial precedent, the legal profession has a built-in vehicle for memory, which is, of course, prone to partisanship. As demonstrated in the declasse et interrogation memos from the Bush Justice Department, administration attorneys were single-minded in their appropriation of the past to serve present policy, searching U.S. and European precedents for arguments and documenting their tendentious points with elaborate footnotes. Military lawyers, through a half-century of code-ed law and 30-year careers with strong institutional memory, were the societal actors with the most consistent advocacy of human rights. By contrast, civil society groups, whether human rights organizations, media outlets, or congressional committees, are staid with succession of workers on ever-shifting assignments that, not surprisingly, often exhibit weak institutional memory. In the 6 years after the Abu Ghraib scandal broke in April 2004, the New York Times seemed averse to citing its own investigative 266 reports from the 1970s, thus denying its coverage analysis of the continuity between the agency's past mind control efforts and current interrogation policy. Compounding this problem, the failing business model for newspapers and news weeklies has diminished their ability to serve as watchdogs. Struggling for survival, many of these periodicals have slashed staff and lack personnel for in-depth investigative reporting. Civil society groups did score some surprising gains in the aftermath of Abu Ghraib by limiting the Bush administration's embrace of torture as a presidential prerogative. But a tendency to overlook the continuity between Bush administration policy and past CIA involvement in torture hampered more strategic analysis by journalists, Congress, human rights groups, and dissident psychologists. Unmindful of this past, these groups often pursued short-lived exposés, worked for limited reforms, and left the ultimate source of torture buried inside the CIA, ready to re-emerge from the national security bureaucracy in some future foreign policy crisis, almost as if Abu Ghraib had never happened. Beyond all these bureaucracies, civil and official, the American public has a notoriously short-term memory, readily absorbing the myriad details of current controversies yet unmindful of their historic antecedents. When the Abu Ghraib scandal broke, in April 2004, the American public evinced at best a vague understanding of past CIA excesses and the scale of its massive Cold War mind control project. Yet, almost every adult American carried fragmentary memories of this past LSD experiments, Phoenix program in Vietnam, murder of an American police advisor in Montevideo, School of the Americas, and CIA training manuals for Latin America. These fragments of memory could, and maybe should, have merged into a mosaic to reveal a clandestine agency probing the cruel underside of human consciousness. but few Americans were able to tie these pieces together and thus form the larger picture. There was, in sum, a studied avoidance of a deeply troubling topic akin to the collective forgetting that sometimes shrouds this dramatic subject in post-authoritarian societies. Though they write last and are little read, academic historians have the tools for critical analysis that can identify continuities in public policy from past to present and OER suggestions for correction. In the struggle to overcome the oblivion so central to impunity, historical narrative can appropriate other disciplines such as law and psychology, incorporating their strongest points, contextualizing their insights, and OERing a comprehensive analysis. With the advent of the Internet, it is now possible for academics to avoid media gatekeepers and write directly for a wider public, OERing an alternative source that might compensate for the challenges facing the press. 267. Clearly, there is a pressing need for a serious inquiry into the U.S. involvement in torture, following leads from the Senate's 2008 report. Whether by Congress, a presidential commission, or a coalition of civil society groups, such an investigation into both the ethics and the ecaki of torture might dispel the loose public consensus for abuse that developed under Bush and help bring reforms to make U.S. human rights policy compliant with international standards. Above all, such an inquiry could probe some pressing questions the nation needs answered. Who is correct, Ali Sufyan or Bush Cheney, about the supposed success of harsh methods in Abu Zubaydah's interrogation? Does torture actually produce accurate, timely intelligence? Or should we instead rely on well-briefed agents yet in foreign languages conducting an informed, non-coercive interrogation? Do enhanced techniques really comply with U.S. law and treaty commitments? Should U.S. anti-torture laws be rewritten to meet international standards? Answers to these questions from a bipartisan inquiry akin to the 9/11 Commission might well build public support for binding reforms. In the decades since the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, the process of impunity has led Washington back to the contradiction that marked U.S. foreign policy during the Cold War, publicly advocating human rights before international forums such as the UN, while covertly outsourcing torture to Allied security services. During these 40 years of anti-communist struggle, Washington sent security suspects to Allied prisons and harvested the intelligence from such harsh treatment. Since 2008, the U.S. has resumed this policy. In between, the real aberration of the Bush years lay not in its torture policies per se but in the president's order that the CIA operate its own prisons and that American agents dirty their hands with waterboarding and wall slamming. The upshot of this protracted political struggle under both Bush and Obama has been not any abjuring of abuse but, instead, a return to indirect involvement in torture through rendition to Allied security agencies. Throughout this post-9/11 decade of intense debate over torture between rival parties, federal agencies, television networks, legal code rise, and political leaders, the United States slowly reached, circa 2011, a hard-won political compromise. Pulled between the extremes of neoconservative torture advocates and liberal abolitionists, Washington healed the domestic breach over this contentious issue by defaulting, albeit quietly, to impunity at home and rendition abroad. This political resolution, of course, falls far short of ARM commitment to international standards for human rights. Indeed, this is a compromise that does not bode well for the future of U.S. global leadership, should Washington persist in this policy. While America was debating the ecaki of torture, the international community was deepening its opposition to such abuse under 268. The European Convention on Human Rights and the UN Convention Against Torture. Setting aside long-standing ties to the United States, British commissions, Italian courts, the German press, Spanish magistrates, and the European Parliament have been aggressive in their investigations of excesses under the War on Terror. Spain's indictment of General Pinochet in 1998 for human rights violations, Italy's prosecution of 24 CIA agents for rendition in 2009, and Poland's indictment of its former intelligence chief in 2012 for facilitating CIA black sites are all harbingers of future pressures on U.S. policy. As the international rule of law strengthens in years to come, ever more rigorous enforcement of human rights and growing criticism of any violations will likely compel Washington to change its policies, at home and abroad. Meanwhile, unchecked by any domestic or international sanction, the US has slid down torture's slippery slope to ND, just as the French found in Algeria, that extrajudicial execution lies in an abyss at the bottom. The systematic French torture of thousands during the Battle of Algiers in 1957 also generated over 3,000 summary executions as an inseparable part of this campaign, largely, as one French general put it, to ensure that the machine of justice not be clogged with cases. Similarly, after the storm of controversy over Abu Ghraib, the Bush administration reacted by increasing its drone killings inside Pakistan from 0 in 2005 to 286 3 years later. Under Obama, aerial assassinations of suspected terrorists surged to 801 by 2010, bringing the U.S. total for drone deaths inside Pakistan, 2006 to 2012, to over 2,400. Simultaneously, the Obama administration took just one terror suspect into U.S. custody and did not add any new prisoners to Guantanamo. Their policy is to take out high-value targets, versus capturing high-value targets, observed Senator Saxby Chambliss, ranking Republican member of the Intelligence Committee. Although Americans did not object to these assassinations, the drone program aroused bitter anger inside Pakistan and is likely, in the view of senior intelligence officials, to do long-term damage to U.S. national interests absent any searching inquiry or binding reforms. Some future U.S. torture scandal might well arise from yet another iconic dungeon in a dismal, ever-lengthening historical procession from the tiger cages of South Vietnam to the salt pit in Afghanistan, Camp X-ray at Guantanamo Bay, and the hole in Somalia. Next time, with those images from Abu Ghraib prison etched in human memory, the international community may well prove unforgiving. Next time, the damage to America's moral authority as world leader could prove deep and lasting.